Welcome in this free YouTube photography course for beginners. My name is Benjamin Jaworskyj, photographer and adventurer, and 15 years ago I started to teach myself photography. And now for many years I travel the world as a professional photographer and filmmaker. And when I started with photography, there were no fancy free YouTube courses in that quality on YouTube or just any courses available for download like on my website, learnfromben.com. I had to learn it the hard way. I went to the library, I made myself a card, I had to borrow every book that was available about photography, and I studied, read all the pages, and then had to practice, and made a lot of mistakes. And you don't have to, because you have this beautiful course. So bookmark it now and watch it whenever you want if you don't have the full time available now. You will learn in this course everything you will need to know to get started with photography. I would say it's the only course you need to learn photography, to learn to master your camera. I will teach you the basics like aperture, ISO, shutter speed, different camera models, different lenses, when to use what lens, autofocus modes, manual focus, how to actually use manual focus, why is it any good? Do I sometimes even use auto mode? Why is it also good? And JPEG, RAW, white balance, all the different terms you will learn in this course. And I will not use my professional camera like I would usually do. I will use an entry-level camera because I think most of the people watching this course right now might have the same camera. It's maybe $500 with a lens, good to start with. You will also see what the camera sees. So not only me talking, but also what the camera sees, all the little settings in the menu, all the little focus points running around on the screen. So whatever the camera sees and whatever I do on the camera, you will see as well. And you will get some exercises with each lesson to practice at home. Because watching and theory is one thing, but of course practice is another thing. So let's not waste any more time here with this introduction. I see you tomorrow for the first lesson here in this course.
This video is brought to you by
Hawkland Photographer's Clothing.
In this first lesson we talk about cameras. What different cameras are out there on the market, what are the differences, why are some cameras more expensive than other cameras, and what camera is maybe right for you. I have two different cameras here with me now, and one is an APS-C camera, the smaller one here. It's an entry-level camera, and I will photograph in this whole course here with this cheaper entry-level camera. It costs around $500 with a kit lens. Kit lens means a lens is in the package when you buy the camera. You can also buy cameras without a lens. This is then called body only. So the camera body is this thing and the lens is this thing, and when you buy everything together, it's a kit. And this is a cheap kit lens. It's not the best lens, but it's okay. But about lenses we talk later. And this is another camera, a more professional camera. This is a full frame camera, and you usually buy it without a lens. You can buy it in a kit as well, and then usually with the more expensive cameras there are better kit lenses included, but this here is now no kit lens but just any lens. So what is the difference now between both of them? A full frame camera, APS-C camera, maybe you've heard the terms already, and in general the main difference is the sensor size. Both of those cameras are mirrorless cameras. Those are more modern cameras and they don't have a mirror, as the name already says, mirrorless. And older cameras are DSLR cameras and they have a mirror. They are a little bit more bulky. I photographed a lot with DSLR cameras. Today, most manufacturers don't build DSLR cameras anymore, but only mirrorless cameras. So when you buy a new camera, you will get a mirrorless camera, and when you buy maybe a used and older camera, you can also buy a DSLR camera. There's nothing bad about it. It's just technically a little bit more advanced to use a mirrorless camera, and you can do a little bit more with mirrorless cameras that you can't do with a DSLR camera. But then again, DSLR cameras are a little bit cheaper, so when you look for a budget, maybe get a used DSLR camera. What should you look for when you buy a camera? I would look for three things. First thing, that you can change lenses. This is one huge advantage with real cameras compared to a smartphone. You can change lenses. So you can put almost any lens on the camera and then make a whole different look, better image quality. The real camera look you can achieve with the lenses. You can use wide-angle lenses, telelenses, and so on. It's a huge advantage. And you can, over the years, maybe change the camera but still keep the lenses. But about lenses, I will make a whole lesson which follows after this lesson here. So not talk too much about lenses now, but that's a huge advantage, and I would use that advantage and not buy a camera where you have a fixed lens. Second thing is, you should be able to set everything manually. There are still cameras out there where you cannot set everything manual, and again, that's a huge advantage with real cameras compared to a smartphone, that you can set everything manual. And with everything I mean ISO, aperture, shutter speed, focus, and white balance and all the other stuff as well, but those are the most important things to set manually in a camera. With smartphones, for example, most of the times you cannot set the aperture manual. It's fixed most of the times. There are some manufacturers now that you can do like 2 different settings, but with a camera you can do a lot of different settings, and that is important because when you want to do real photography, you will learn to master the manual mode, and you will learn it in this course as well. And the third thing that you already heard is the sensor size, because different cameras have different sensor sizes, and with the different sizes comes a different price. And this is usually why some cameras are more expensive than other cameras, because the sensor is bigger and the image quality with that is a little bit better, and also you have some other advantages. But because it's bigger, the data usually is also bigger, and the whole handling in the camera is more complicated, and that's why it's more expensive. And let's talk a little bit about the sensor sizes that are available. Most common is APS-C, which is in this camera, and I can show you, it looks like this. This is the sensor here. With mirrorless cameras, you see it when you take the lens off. With DSLR cameras, you have to flip the mirror open to see in the sensor. And this here is a full-frame camera. It looks like this, so much bigger. And I will show you a little graphic while I'm talking, where you see different sensor sizes next to each other. Full frame, APS-C, micro four thirds, and then also smartphone and a coin next to it, so that you just see how different the sensor sizes are. And again, in general, you can say the bigger the sensor, the better the image quality, because the pixel have more space to capture light and can perform better. And the smaller the sensor, the less size they have and the more they are squeezed, and it's just not that nice of quality in general speaking. There are now new technologies and so on, and we honestly have to say that the more advanced cameras get, the better also the smaller sensors get, with a lot of software and a lot of just improvements, but still a bigger sensor for most photographers is better to use. But not for everyone, and also it comes with a catch, because bigger sensors are more expensive. And as a beginner, it's totally fine to start with a smaller sensor like micro four thirds, like APS-C, but you have to take care of a few things, because with a smaller sensor comes a crop factor into play, and you have to calculate that crop factor when you want to choose a lens. What is a crop factor? It's very easy to explain when you just see it. Right now we are filming with a full frame camera like this one here, and the full frame camera has a big sensor, and on it is a lens. This lens here is a 35mm lens we are filming with, and we are on a tripod right now, so the position is steady. And you see what you see right now. So this is the look you get with 35mm on a full frame camera. When I would now take the same lens and put it on a smaller camera, on an APS-C camera, like this one, exact same lens, and we put the camera with that lens on the exact same position, the image would look like this. It's cropped in. And this is the so-called crop factor. Because you have to imagine you have your lens, and the lens makes the image on the sensor. And when you have now a smaller sensor, you see less through that lens. And this is why you have that crop factor. And crop factor means something is cropped off, and it gives you the effect that you are zoomed in. But you're not actually zoomed in, you're cropped in. And this is the so-called crop factor. So whenever you buy a lens, you have to calculate that crop factor, because manufacturers usually use the reference to a full frame camera. It's super complicated, I don't know why they do it, but it's like this. So when you want to buy a lens and you see maybe a photographer who says, oh, buy a 35mm lens, you always have to take in consideration, is he using an APS-C or is he using a full frame? Because depending on what he uses, it's a totally different look. This is important, and I will explain it again when we talk about lenses. The good thing is you can compensate that crop by just using another focal length. So let's say you want to achieve the same look that I have on a 16mm lens with a full frame camera. You then get an 11 or 10mm lens for an APS-C camera. And this is almost then the same look from the exact same position. But there are not all focal lengths available to have the exact same result, and as well when you want nice blurry background, you cannot always achieve the exact same look with an APS-C camera. But for most photographers, especially in the beginning, that's not important. Then when you're later on and a bit more nerdy maybe as well, then it might be important for you. But what should you take care of now when you want to buy a camera? Again, the three things: manual settings, changeable lens, sensor size. Then next to the sensor size, in some cameras is a bit more advanced of an autofocus, a bit more megapixels maybe. Then they have other video features. Maybe they can film 4K, maybe even 8K nowadays. Maybe they have a different flip screen, maybe they have a bigger viewfinder, maybe they have bigger batteries, maybe they have 2 SD card slots, and so on and so on. Maybe sometimes the ISO can go higher, maybe the ISO noise is a little bit less with some cameras. So there are a lot of special things. When a beginner asks me what camera to buy, I would always tell him, buy the camera that is in your budget. Don't care too much about the camera, just get started. Just get started, practice, get to use the modes of the camera, get to use shutter speed, ISO, aperture, understand what it does, try out different lenses, and then when you know what you want, then upgrade to another camera and maybe collect your old camera, keep it or sell it or gift it to somebody, or do whatever you want with that older camera. Maybe use it one day or the other again, but get started with just any camera that is in your budget. And if it's $500, buy a $500 camera. If it's $1,000, buy a $1,000 camera maybe, or buy a cheaper camera but then 2 lenses or something, and just get started. So that's what I can recommend you. My exercise, I have an exercise in each lesson for you today, is to take your camera when you have one already and look at it and check if it's an APS-C camera. So what sensor size do you have? Or is it a full frame camera? Is it maybe a micro four thirds camera? And then check if you can change the lens. Check if you can set everything manual. You don't have to know now what all the terms mean. You will learn that in that course. But just check your camera, look at it, and get to know your camera. And in the next lesson, we will go over the camera and I will explain you every button you have on the camera and when to use it, which buttons are important, which buttons are maybe not that important, and so on. And then we can get started step by step with photography. In this lesson, I will explain you all the buttons on your camera, what buttons are useful, what buttons I don't use that much, what different modes we have in the camera, and so on. We start here on top, and there is the on and off wheel here with this camera. Depending on what camera you use, it might be almost the same. Sometimes it's on another position, but this is very important to turn on the camera, of course, and to turn it off as well. Then in the middle of it is the shutter. And this is, I would say, next to the on and off, the most important button, because with this you take the image. And it works like this. Halfway through is always focus, and all the way through is to take the photo. And again, halfway through and all the way through. And when it's not working, when you press halfway through and then all the way through and it does not take an image, then usually it is because it's not focused, or it cannot focus. Sometimes it's because you have the lens cap on and it's just black and the camera cannot see anything and cannot focus. And sometimes it's because it's not able to focus because of various reasons, but usually that's the reason why you cannot take the photo. So whenever you have wondered why you cannot take the photo, it's mainly because it cannot focus. Next to it is the C1 button, and C usually means custom. And that means that you can put whatever setting you want on this button. And it is super helpful. Some cameras even have 3 or 4 custom buttons, and then a photographer or videographer can program whatever setting he or she wants on this button. And I will tell you in this course what I have here on this button and what I would recommend you to put on this button here as well, especially next here to the shutter button. Then some cameras here in the front have a little wheel, and this is usually either shutter speed or aperture, depending on what camera or brand you are using. Here with this camera, for example, we have it. Here on the front is that wheel, and then the other wheel here on the back. And this is how you actually operate your camera. So you can change camera settings very fast here with your thumb and with your index finger. And also with one hand and not looking. So I could use it like this. But with this camera here, we don't have that wheel like we have it here with a Pro camera. But we have another wheel here on the back, which then can do the same. In my case here, it is now shutter speed. With the Pro camera, we have here an exposure compensation, it's called, with a -3, +3, we can turn it to wherever we want to. And some photographers make a huge mistake and they change it by accident. And then they go in an auto mode like ISO auto or maybe another auto mode, which I will explain later. And then every image is wrong exposed because this setting is wrong. So this, when you have it, this wheel should always be on 0. Or when it's not on 0, it should be on purpose on another number, but not by accident, because this is a huge mistake. And here with the entry-level camera, we don't have that wheel. We have a wheel here, but it has a different function. Here it is my aperture. Some cameras have that, some cameras don't. In general, everything that I explain now here is with those cameras that I have here. You may have total different buttons as well. Then the only option is to look in your manual. Then we go all the way here to the back, and there we have different wheels and buttons as well. We start here on the left side and have a little wheel next to the viewfinder. Here with the entry-level camera it looks like this. Here on the Pro camera it looks a little different. It's only halfway visible, but it's a very important wheel. And many photographers don't know that this wheel even exists. It's so important. This wheel is for your diopters or for your eyesight, you can say. So when you wear glasses or have a bad eyesight, then you should definitely turn that wheel. And maybe you also did it by accident, just turned on it because you were playing around with your camera when you just bought it, and then it's set wrong. So what I would recommend you, everyone watching this course right now or this video here, look through your viewfinder and then turn that little wheel with your index fingernail and turn it until you see everything crisp sharp. And I mean with everything, all the numbers you see there, and especially the lower part of the image, left, right, everything should be in focus. When it's blurry, then it's set wrong. And then you have to adjust it. Because otherwise, you can never tell if your image is blurry or not, because everything is blurry all the time. And I did a lot of workshops, and I had some workshop students of mine who came to me and said, I don't know, every image is blurry. And I looked through the viewfinder and guess what the problem was? It was that little wheel turned wrong. So very simple to fix, but very effective. Next here on this camera is the flash. Flash, very easy, click it, flash comes out. With most entry-level cameras you have a flash. With most professional cameras you don't have a flash. I don't know why. Maybe the manufacturers say pros don't need a flash. I sometimes would like to have a flash, but yeah, it's not there. Maybe it's because of weather sealing, I don't know. But those cameras, for example, you can use an external flash, but it has no built-in flash. Then you have the menu button, and menu brings you, as the button says, to the menu. And there you can set everything. Some menus are very easy to understand, other menus are a little bit more complicated. You get used to it, and whatever you want to adjust, you usually find in the menu. Then next to it, we have the AEL button. And that means auto exposure lock. This is very useful when you use an automatic mode or semi-automatic mode, like S or A. I will explain all those modes later in detail. And it works like this: whenever the auto mode has a good exposure, which can happen by accident in the auto mode. No, you have a very good exposure, then you can just lock it and go to another position and take the exact same photo with the same settings and just locked it. With a smartphone it works when you tap on the screen and just hold it, then it gets locked. Exposure lock. Yeah, it's a useful button when you use auto modes. I never use this button because I never use auto modes, but you can use it. Then you have the FN button, and FN with Sony cameras means function, and it gives you a quick menu, you can say. You have the very detailed menu when you click on menu, and you have a quick menu with only the most important things, and you can also program it in the way you want it, so you only have the different things you want in your quick menu that are useful for you. But for a beginner, I would just leave it as it is. Don't make too much adjustments. Maybe you don't find anything then. Just leave it as it is. But with FN, you can access everything that is important. With some other camera brands, it may be Q for quick, or I for info, or sometimes even info for info. Depending on what brand you are using, you will find it. Then I have that little dial wheel here, and it has a double function with this camera. With some other cameras it's a little different, but here I can press that dial wheel and I can turn that dial wheel. And I also use it for the menu navigation. So when I press it now on DISP, it gives me different display options. So it brings me stuff in my display or out of my display. I have an overview, for example, of all my camera settings and adjustments I made, and I can see a very clean image. Sometimes I can bring in a histogram or a leveler or whatever is possible in your camera. Just click it and then you will get some information for your display. ISO button brings you in the ISO settings. With some cameras you don't have an extra ISO button but can just turn the wheel, and this is then ISO. With some cameras you have to press another ISO button and then turn a wheel, depending on what camera brand you are using. But in general, where ISO is written, just press it and then you find ISO settings. Then on the bottom you find that plus minus in the square, and this means exposure compensation, and we will use it later in this video course in detail. And this is the exact same that I just taught you here on this camera already, with the -2, 0, +2 and so on. With this camera you can adjust it here, and with this camera you have to press it down here and then can adjust it. And then on the left side here at 9 o'clock we find the different drive modes for self-timer, for burst mode and for single shot. I will have a whole lesson about this button here in this video course. And then most important, in the middle is the OK button, you can say. So whenever you want to press OK to accept something, you press the middle button here. And here on this camera it is the same. Okay, and then we can turn here with this entry-level camera, this whole dial wheel, and this changes shutter speed. With some other cameras you have that exact dial wheel as well, but it is then aperture. But in general it is something on your camera for the main settings. Then you have that little play button and it shows you your pictures. So when you took a photo, just press that button, then you can look through your images, and then you can also delete your image by just click on the play button and then on the trash bin to delete your image. But I would not recommend you to delete that many images, because maybe on accident you delete the wrong one. One last button here with this camera. Here on the side, that red button, red usually means record for video mode. So when you press it here on this camera, you can record video. We have the same here with this camera, but on another position. We have here on this camera extra a C3 button, which is also a custom button you can program. And then we have one joystick here with a Pro camera, and this is to adjust where you want to focus. So when you have a spot where you want to focus on, you can move that spot around in the image with this joystick. Very helpful. I will teach you that later. Then we have this little slider here with a Pro camera, and this opens the compartment for the SD cards. And then here on this camera we don't have anything else. Only on the bottom we have SD card and battery all in one. And here with this camera on the bottom we only have the battery. Then here on the left side we have all the different plugs or possibilities to put something in. Here, for example, we can put an external microphone in, or some charging, or some HDMI cable. And those are actually the most important buttons of your camera. Here in the front is another button. I used it already. When you click it and then turn your lens, you can change your lens. And the opposite way around. You don't have to press it then, it just locks automatically. You can put the lens back on. Those are all the buttons that are useful on a camera and that most of the cameras have. And then here on the top we have that mode wheel. I will explain you what those symbols mean, but not in detail in this course. So video stands for video, obviously, but this is a photography course, not a video class. S and Q is also for video, it's slow motion and time lapse. Then you have a panorama function. Then you can choose scenes, which the camera then can set different scenes, but it's an auto mode that you actually also have in auto. And then you have MR, which is a memory function that you don't need. The most important are M, S, A, and P. And for all those four, we have a lesson here in this course. So your exercise for today is to check out your own camera. Look at your camera, look at the buttons, press the buttons, see what the buttons do, and look if you set this diopter thing here right. This here next to the viewfinder is the sensor for the viewfinder. So whenever you put something here in front, the screen in here, this is only for mirrorless cameras important, the screen in here activates. So whenever this is dirty, like from a fingerprint or just dust or something, it can be that you don't see anything here on the back. So whenever you have that you don't see anything here, try to look through here and then maybe it's working and this thing here is just dirty. Okay, see you in the next lesson and I'm looking forward what camera you are using and if you have all the buttons I just explained here. In this lesson I will explain you how the camera works, and once you understand that, it's actually very simple to understand what to do in photography. First things first, what does photography mean? Photography means drawing with light, literally, because the name means exactly this in Greek. Photos means light, like with photon beams or something in Star Trek or Star Wars, I don't know. And graphy means drawing. So photos, graphy, drawing with light. And light is the most important thing for photography. When there's no light, there's no photography. You always capture the light. And not you capture the light, but the camera captures the light. And the easiest way to understand this is by building your own camera. The most simple and cheapest camera you can buy is a simple shoebox. Just take a shoebox and make a little tiny hole on one side. Maybe with a pencil, a pen, just pin it in. And then you have a tiny hole in a box. And then you take a light. And the light, maybe an LED light, a flashlight or something, you point through that light. And then you see on the back of that box that you have a reflection of the light. You see it with the LED light here in the video pretty well. But the thing is, when you now take your finger and put it from one side in, it's the opposite way around. It's a reflection. And this is the same then in the camera. You can even upgrade your camera when you use some baking paper, some white baking paper, and put it on the back of your box with some tape. Just fix it. And then you take the box outside, close it on top, that it's dark inside, and then you make another hole on the other side, a bigger hole for your eye to look through the baking paper and see actually what is captured on the baking paper. And then through that little tiny hole in the box, the light from outside, it's best in sunlight, so go out in sunlight with your little box, look through it, and then the sun travels through that little hole, which is actually your aperture, and then is on the baking paper, the opposite way around, it's mirrored, and then with your eye you can see on the back the image. Crazy, isn't it? It's literally in there. The image is in your little box. It sounds crazy, but this is how photography works. But instead of baking paper, you have a camera sensor, and in film times, like 20, 30 years ago, it was the film instead of that baking paper. So the film captured the actual image. And when you now would put in front of the little hole maybe a hand, so you close the hole, look through it, it's dark, then you open it for 1 second and close it again, then you have your shutter. So this is the shutter speed, 1 second. The light travels through the little hole. The light diameter is the aperture, let's say f22, onto the film, but now replace the film, replace the baking paper, you have now the camera sensor. And this is actually how the camera works. But on the camera, the shutter is not in front of your lens here. This would be a little bit crazy, but it's in front of your camera sensor. So it opens and closes and opens and closes depending on what shutter speed you set. So again, let's see the camera. The light comes in here, in the lens. In the lens is the aperture. It's a little gatekeeper, a light keeper you can say. But here in the lens, the aperture is not fixed. So the hole is not fixed, but you can change it. You can have an open aperture, which is a big hole, and you can have a small aperture, which is a small hole. And with a small hole, not that much light goes into. With a big hole, a lot of light goes into. So it goes through the aperture, then onto the sensor, but wait, there's the shutter. And the shutter dictates how long the light goes onto the sensor. And when there's a fast shutter, it's for only a very fast amount. And when there's a long shutter, then it's a long amount of time, a lot of light that goes on the camera sensor. And the sensor, what does the sensor? It captures the light. And then you have ISO. Where's the ISO? In film times, the ISO was on the film. In digital times, the ISO is digitally on the sensor. The higher the ISO number, the more sensitive the sensor is to light. When it's very high, it's super sensitive and a very bright image will be visible. When it's not that sensitive, then not that bright of image will be on the sensor. And this is actually how the camera works. And all of this you will do with your shutter and with the settings you set on the camera. My exercise for you today is to build your own camera, your cheap first camera. Yeah, it's super on a budget. You just need a shoebox, you need a pencil, maybe some baking paper, and then you make a second hole. You go outside in the sunshine, you look through that, it will be amazing, I can tell you. And also try that with your finger, with a light source, and you will be amazed how the light is visible but flipped on the other side. It sounds crazy, but you have to see it with your own eyes. I wish you a lot of fun and see you in the next lesson.
You want to take photos in pouring rain or bitter cold? Easy for me, because of the best jacket system for outdoor photographers. My name is Benjamin Jaworskyj, professional photographer for over 12 years. And this is my signature edition of the Hawkland 7-in-1 Parker Pro jacket set for photographers. When I'm outdoors, I want to focus on what's truly important. I want to feel comfortable, warm, dry, and always be ready to take the photo I have in mind, no matter how bad the weather. One set, 3 jacket layers you can wear in 7 ways, made for professional use. Check it out for your adventures, now on sale. Discontinued and off-season items up to 60% off at www.hawkland.us.
Hawkland, photographer's clothing.
In this lesson we talk about lenses. Everything you need to know about lenses. I have here different lenses with me and I will explain you what those different numbers on the lenses mean and maybe what lenses are useful for you and maybe what lenses are not that useful for you now. Okay, so let's get started. We have this lens here, which is a lot bigger than this lens here. But what is the actual difference between those two lenses? This lens here is a tele lens, a zoom tele lens. Zoom lens means I can change my focal length. So now I have 70mm and I can change it to 200mm. It's not that important that you understand how focal length physically works or what it physically does, but it's important that you understand what the numbers mean and how they look. This is important for photography. Let's say I have here 200 millimeters. 200 millimeters is a longer lens in simple terms, and it means I can bring something far away, close to the camera. Like an animal, far away, I can make it appear big on my camera sensor. Let's see the face. So when I want to see the face of the animal 50 meters away maybe, I need a 300 millimeter lens. And when I want to see the eye, I need a 500 millimeter lens. So the closer I want to get, the longer my focal length must be. And in simple terms, you can say the bigger the number in millimeters the focal length is, the closer something gets. And as well, the further away you can photograph something. And the opposite way around, the lower the millimeter number is, let's say 16 millimeters, 10 millimeters, the more wide-angled your view is, and the more you can have on your image. So it's not that focused anymore on just something far away, a very narrowed field. It's more wide. That's why we call it wide-angle lenses. For example, here on this camera I have now a wide-angle lens, 16 millimeters, and this is a tele lens, 200 millimeters. Both here are zoom lenses, which means I can change my focal length, 70 to 200 with this lens, and with that lens, 16 to 50 millimeter. 16 wide angle, 50 a bit narrow, 300 something in the distance, very much compressed and closer to the lens. Then we have on the lens something else, and it's here, I just now read what is written on this lens, FE 470 200 G OSS. So many different numbers and letters. All right, FE stands for the mount. The mount is this thing here on the back of your lens. When you have a Sony camera, you have usually an E-mount lens. E-mount is the mount, the size and how it's shaped to fit on a Sony camera. When you have another camera brand like a Nikon camera, a modern one, you have a Z mount. When you have a modern Canon camera, you have an R mount or RF mount. When you have an older Canon camera, you have an EF mount. A little complicated, but you just have to know what your camera has and what the lens that is on your camera has as a mount. So this is one thing you can look now when you watch the course. Just grab your lens and look what is written there. Is there maybe EF? Is there R? Is there Z? Is there something else written as a mount? Because when you want to buy a new lens for your camera, you have to take care of the mount. There are adapters out there where you can adapt one lens to another camera mount that it fits to your camera. I did it, for example, when I switched from Canon to Sony. I then had my Canon lenses still in use in the first years and used an adapter. Even today, I use an old Canon 300mm lens because it's a beautiful lens, it has a beautiful look, with an adapter for my Sony camera. There are some disadvantages, maybe the autofocus is not that super fast, but in general, it should work. Cheaper adapters sometimes don't transmit the aperture. More expensive adapters transmit everything nowadays. Then next, we have the 4. With this lens, the 4 means it is the maximum open aperture with this lens. And this is usually something why some lenses are more expensive than other lenses. With cameras, it was the sensor size. With lenses, it's the maximum open aperture. This here is 4. I have other lenses that have 2.8. I have other lenses that have 1.8. The lower that number is, the more open the aperture can be. Remember, aperture, I have a whole lesson about aperture in this course, but aperture meant the hole which the light can go through in your lens. And here, the maximum open it can go is 4, the number 4. And the exact same focal length, 70 to 200, you can buy with a 2.8, and it is almost double the price, because you can have more light that can go through, and that means you can photograph with less light available and capture more light in that situation than with this lens. And it also means that the background and the whole image look is a little bit more blurry and a little bit more beautiful than with this lens. But it's also more heavy because it needs more glass, and a bigger diameter because it needs the 200mm with the 2.8 in combination. I will explain you later what exactly this F means in f2.8, f4 and so on, and then you will understand the whole thing together. Okay, next is G. This is just some branding by Sony. G Master is the professional line, you can say, by Sony. The last thing here is OSS, and this means optical steady shot. Some other brands name it IS, image stabilizer or image stabilization. Doesn't matter how it's called. Important thing is it there, is it not there? Today it's not that important anymore because a lot of camera manufacturers built in the stabilizer in the sensor. So the sensor is stabilized itself, 5-axis stabilization, crazy technical stuff. But in the older days, we had to have the stabilizer in the lens itself, and especially with longer lenses it was important, and also it was more expensive to have a stabilizer than to not have a stabilizer. Why is it good? It helps you to have a steady shot when there's less light. So when you have a certain shutter speed, I will talk about shutter speed later as well, then you will shake your image when it's not fast enough, and then your image stabilizer helps you with this. So this lens, FE mount, f4 maximum open aperture, 70 to 200mm is the focal length, is the zoom lens, G is the branding, OSS is the stabilizer, and here I have even two stabilizer modes. One is for every axis and one is only for tilting, and then I can even choose between where it focuses. This is also a difference in price with many lenses. Some lenses are available with autofocus, most of them, and some are not available with autofocus, usually cheaper lenses. In the beginning, it's cool to test around with manual focus, and also with filming, a lot of times you can use manual focus lenses. The more advanced cameras get over time, the more easier it is to film as well with autofocus. But like 6 years ago, we did film everything with manual focus when we did videos, because it was much better when we used the manual focus, and then we could use lenses that were a little bit cheaper but had a max open aperture of f1.4 maybe, but no autofocus, but were cheaper than the same lens with the same specs but with an autofocus motor. So usually it's then named MF for manual focus only, and AF for autofocus lenses. For example, I have lenses from Samyang in the USA. They are called Rokinon, I think, and they have, for example, here AF 75. This means this is the 75mm AF lens. They have a similar lens with MF only, and then 1.8 maximum open aperture, FE for Sony E-mount. So this lens fits here and has an autofocus. So whenever you browse through the web, you know, okay, I look for a manual lens or an autofocus lens. Does it have to have a stabilizer? I would say today no, you don't need any stabilizers anymore, or it's not that super necessary if you have it built in your camera sensor, and the mount, of course. With tele lenses, you usually have this thing here attached, which is super helpful because the lens is heavy and long, and then when you use a tripod, you mount the tripod here. So more in the middle of the lens and not on the camera, that it might break off your mount when it's too heavy. So this is super useful, but usually only with longer lenses. This is the lens hood, and it's super helpful when you have sun coming from above. Then you can have a more contrasty image, and you don't have leaking light from the side. So you can use it, but you don't have to use it. You can also get the nice leaking light. Some people prefer to have it because they say it looks more natural, it's more beautiful and so on. So you can decide what you want. You can also have it on as a protection. I sometimes use it as a protection because when you hit that thing, it doesn't matter. But when you hit your lens, it gets expensive. So you can have it on or don't have it on. What I try to avoid is to have it like this when I photograph. Because when you photograph like this, you see people are usually not that experienced because you cannot focus anymore. Because the focus is here. And here's the zoom. So when you don't use it, just put it somewhere and don't put it the wrong way around on your lens all the time. Okay, then we have some other stuff on the lenses, and this is here in the front. Here, for example, it gives me that circle with a line through it, and it says 72. And this means 72 millimeters is the diameter of the lens. Why is this important? When you use filters, so when you want to use a polarizer, ND filter, graduated filter, whatever, you can screw that on here, and you need the right adapter ring or the right ND filter in size to make it fit here. So this number here is not the focal length, but is the diameter here in the front, and you will need to get the right filter in that size or the right adapter ring in that size when you want to buy, for example, my filters. Then another thing that is usually written on lenses is the minimum focus distance. And here on this lens, it's 0.69 meters or 2.26 feet. This means when you are closer than this distance to your lens and you try to focus, it will not work. You need a certain distance with longer lenses to focus, especially with those tele lenses. With wide angle lenses, usually it's not, and with macro lenses, it's not, but with tele lenses, it's almost always a longer distance. Here, for example, with this lens, it's standing on the front, no, it's standing here on the bottom, 0.5 meters or 1.64 feet, minimum distance. So when you're at 30 centimeters away, you cannot focus. It will be not in focus. As mentioned, this is a zoom lens, and there is something else except of a zoom lens, which is a fixed lens. And this is, for example, this lens here. It is only 75 millimeters. No zoom, you can only use your foot zoom, I always say. And I personally prefer those lenses for most of the time, because usually you get those lenses with a lot more open aperture. Here, for example, f1.8, 70 to 200 millimeters 1.8, I think is not available, or if it's very expensive or not for full frame. And this is usually the downside with zoom lenses. They can build it up to 2.8. There is even a 1.8, but I think it's only for APS-C cameras and not that exact focal length, but a little different. And then with zoom lenses, which are a little bit cheaper, the problem usually is that the minimum open aperture is variable. So for example, with this cheap kit lens, 16 millimeters, I can go up to 3.5 maximum open aperture, and at 50 millimeters I can only go up to 5.6. So I'm very limited in light when I zoom in here with this cheap lens. This is why some lenses are more expensive than other cheaper lenses. And usually the zoom lenses have a lack of just open aperture possibilities built in. But then again, zoom lenses are good because they give you a little bit of flexibility. So you have always to take that in consideration. What do you need? What do you want? Do you need that flexibility, or do you need that extra open aperture and also the look that comes with the open aperture? In general, you can say more expensive lenses are worth the price almost always if you have the budget available and if you just really want to get into photography. Cheaper lenses sometimes also have the disadvantage, beside the stuff I already talked about, that they have strong chromatic aberrations. Not all of them, but the cheaper they get, the stronger it gets. Those are some purple, greenish, sometimes yellow, sometimes even blue lines next to contrast parts of the image. For example, when something black hits something white, then you have those lines. Like when you have a mountain in the distance, then you have some purple lines, some magenta lines, some blue lines around that mountain when you zoom in. Some people accept it, they say I don't care. Some people don't like it. Then there is focus breathing. With more modern lenses, it's not that much of a deal. It means when you focus something close and you focus something in the distance, then the image shifts in some kind of way, and this is bad for focus stacking when you want to do it, but for portrait photography, for example, or when you just do single shots, not that important. And then you as well sometimes can buy manual apertures, so the aperture is not automatic, variable through your camera or settable through your camera, but you have to turn it then manual on your lens. It's also not that big of a deal, and especially with filming you can save a lot of bucks when you just buy manual lenses, both manual focus and manual aperture. In general, more comfort is more expensive. Alright, we could almost call it a wrap if there were not the different sensor sizes we already talked about in the camera lesson. Each sensor size needs different focal lengths to make the same image on the camera. This is super complicated and I try to explain it as simple as possible. I already talked about crop factor, full frame to APS-C, and then there's also micro four thirds. And I will give you now some examples of how to compensate that focal length, because you can calculate what focal length you need with the sensor size you have and the look you want to achieve. Let's take an 11mm lens and put it now on a full frame camera. Imagine this image you see now is 11mm lens on a full frame camera. It's 11mm. So you see the 11mm now here in the image. And now I turn off that lens and change the camera, full frame camera, to an APS-C camera. Now 11mm APS-C camera, still 11mm, but I'm cropped in. And the factor I'm cropped in is 1.6. So you always have to multiply by 1.6. So 11mm by 1.6. 17.6mm would be now the lens if I would just screw it on a full frame camera to achieve the same look here. APS-C 11mm, you achieve that look. When I would now change it to a micro four thirds camera, same 11mm, I would be cropped in even more, so a bit more narrowed. And the lens I would use to achieve the same look with a full frame camera is now 22mm. The crop factor is 2.0 with micro four thirds. So 11 by 2.0 is 22mm. So I'm cropped in a lot with micro four thirds. I'm cropped in a little lot with APS-C, and I'm not cropped in at 11mm with the full frame camera. And whenever you buy a lens, it's always the full frame you read. Of course, you can calculate the other way around. With micro four thirds, it's pretty easy because it's factor 2. With APS-C, it's a little bit more difficult, 1.6. Let's do it with MFT. 11mm divided by 2 is 5.5. So you need 5.5mm with an MFT camera to achieve the same look like with 11mm at the same distance on a full frame camera. Or you go further away, then you have also the same look, but only in the angle, not in the depth of field, because if this would be 11mm 1.8, now the distance makes the depth of field and the blurriness background and so on, but when you go further away, it's not that blurry anymore because you are further away. But that's a whole other topic, and I don't want you to be confused any more than you are already. So the whole crop factor thing is super confusing, but that's what it is. And also important, APS-C lenses you cannot put on full frame cameras. You can sometimes actually put it on, but you see the inside then of the lens because they are manufactured in a way that the APS-C sensor that is much smaller can see through it, and when you now would put a bigger sensor behind it, then you see actually not only through the lens but also the back of the lens because it's much bigger. So remember, APS-C lenses on full frame cameras, no, but full frame cameras on APS-C cameras, yes, because the full frame camera, you can also see it here, it's that big on the back. And when I now take an APS-C lens, you will be amazed how small it is. APS-C full frame, crazy. And that's why APS-C lenses are cheaper as well than full frame lenses, because much more glass and yeah, just in general bigger. But again, you have to decide what you want, what you need, what camera you have. So your exercise for today is to check your lenses you have, check your camera, Do you have E mount? Do you have Z mount? Do you have RF mount or whatever mount? Do you have APS-C? Do you have full frame? Do you have micro four thirds? And what lenses do you have? Do you have prime lenses like fixed lenses? Do you have zoom lenses? What is your maximum open aperture you can use? And all of this will be super useful for this course. So I'm looking forward for the next lessons, because in the next lessons we start with actual photography. In this lesson we talk about the auto mode or automatic mode. And actually this camera has several different automatic modes, but I tell you what mode to use and what mode maybe to avoid. And why even I as a pro photographer sometimes use the automatic mode. And the more options you know, the better you can use your camera, because you can choose from the different options later. So let's hop on to my camera. As mentioned before, I use an entry-level camera by Sony. It's the 6100, costs around $500. Maybe you're using a same or similar camera, or maybe a total different camera. Doesn't matter much, because most of those things are similar with most of the cameras out there. So when I look at the dial wheel up here, we have a big auto mode, and it actually says auto in green. And most of the people think, well, this is the best auto mode. But I can tell you it's not, because I think it's a stupid auto mode. The manufacturers say this is the most intelligent auto mode because the camera can really see what you want to photograph. For example, now it tells me, oh, this is a landscape, but when I now slightly move it to the side, it says, oh, it's a backlight situation. When I now point it on my camera guy here, it says, oh, it's a portrait situation. And when I now point it here in this direction, it says, oh, it's just a sunny situation. But yeah, the camera is just guessing, just estimating, might see some things in the image, but it's not as intelligent as I am. And there's also a big disadvantage in this mode, because I cannot correct my exposure. Because maybe the camera gives me the wrong settings, or it's a bit too dark, a bit too bright. Maybe you experienced the same when you wanted to take photos maybe of a person and the face was just total dark, but you wanted to have a face that is a bit brighter, that the person just looks a bit more beautiful. And sometimes the camera does not get it right, because it says then maybe, oh, it's a sunny situation, I have to expose a bit darker. And in this situation, you can correct your exposure, but it's not possible in this auto mode. So, very easy, do not use that mode. But when you want to use an auto mode, go to P mode. So I just now set the camera on P. And in this mode, you can adjust some settings, but the other settings, the camera sets itself. And actually, the most important settings are shutter speed, aperture, and ISO. And ISO now in my example is set on ISO auto, so automatic mode in ISO, and shutter speed and the aperture, the thing with the F, is now also automatic. And in this mode, I can now look for different motifs, different stuff I want to photograph, and this is what we will do now. So you turn your camera now on P, and if it's not already, you put the ISO on ISO auto, and shutter speed and aperture will now be set by the camera automatic. But you can still make some slight corrections in the exposure, and how that works I will show you later. And for now I will look for 3 different motifs, 3 different things to photograph here. They should be totally different, so that you have different things to see and to set with the camera, and we will observe how the settings change in the camera and what settings the camera chooses. So let's start with the first one. This is the first thing I want to photograph. It's just a simple shell here on that rock. We have a backlight situation. The sun is shining here on that shell. And I now point the camera, and I don't look through the viewfinder now here for explaining, but usually when I photograph, I look through the viewfinder, but with mirrorless cameras, it's the same image I see here in the viewfinder. So I look at my screen now, and the camera tells me, well, ISO 100, f 5.6 and 1/80th of a second. I take a photo, and the photo doesn't look too bad. Let's look for a second thing to shoot. The next thing I want to photograph are those beautiful flowers here. And I really like flowers, especially when I started with photography. I photographed so many different flowers. And here in this case, I would even zoom in a little bit here with my zoom lens. It's the kit lens, which comes with the camera usually. So it's also a very cheap lens, but good for beginners. So I zoom in, set the focus, so press halfway through here on my focus button. And now the camera says f8, ISO 100 and 1/200th of a second. So total different camera settings, but the picture doesn't look too bad. It's no big art, no original Jaworskyj, I would say now. It's not something I would print and hang in the gallery, but it's not bad either. And in this case here now, it's only for testing purpose, and it's the same for you. Don't try to create fancy and perfect art now, you're just beginning. Try to learn the camera settings first. For my third image, I don't even move that much. I just photograph now from the same exact position where I photographed that flower, but now a more landscape, more wide shot here of this scenery. I'm here at Lanzarote, and this is some hotel with some palm trees in the front. It's not the most beautiful palm tree here to the right, but still it's okay for testing purpose. The camera settings now are totally different. I have 1/400th of a second shutter speed, f8.0, and ISO is still on 100. So 3 different motives, 3 total different camera settings, and even though I photographed from the same position that flower and then later that hotel in the background, I had different camera settings. But why? I'm back here in the shadow with this beautiful shell, and as you remembered first, the shell was in the sun. And can you maybe even remember the camera settings? If not, just rewind. And now I will do something different. I will take the shell and put it in the shadow. And I tried to take the exact same photo, but this time in the shadow. And look at the camera settings now. f5.6, 1/60 of a second, and ISO 200. So the camera settings changed again when the light is changing. And that is actually what photography is about, capturing light, burning light on the camera sensor. What I wanted to show you with those 4 simple examples is that whatever situation you are photographing, your camera settings might be totally different. And even if you're standing at the same exact spot photographing in the exact same light, your camera settings still might be slightly different. And this is what the automatic modus does. It will just give you randomly some settings, just to make the exposure correct, that it's not too bright, not too dark, nothing behind it. So when you want a blurry background, when you want maybe a sharp background and sharp foreground, when you want to freeze in action, or when you want to have a long exposure, the camera does not know. How should it? The camera is only a camera, and you are the human. You are, you can say, the director, and you tell the camera what it should do, how you want the image to look like. And you can actually make some slight adjustments in brightness in the auto mode, or at least at the P auto mode. That's why I recommend this mode, and how that works I will show you now. So let's go back here on our little shell, and I set now something in the camera. I go here on that little square with the plus and minus in black and white. I will just click it here, and depending what camera brand you're using, you will find it at a different position. And now it is on plus minus 0.0. And what I want to do now is I want to have brighter images all the time. I don't want to photograph a proper exposed image, but a brighter image. So I set now, and I just click here to the right side, a plus 1.0 exposed image. And in simple terms, that means a brighter image. So it's not as properly exposed as before in auto mode, but a bit brighter. And we can test it now here with that little shell. I will now take the same photo, and not only in the camera settings, it's different now. Actually, it's not that much different. We have now here a 40th of a second, ISO 100, before that it was 200, and f 4.0. And the ISO actually makes not much sense, but what happened? The f-stop changed, and as well the shutter speed changed. And the image, of course, looks brighter as well. All those terms, shutter speed, aperture, ISO, it's not important for now. The only thing that is important for you now is brighter and darker. Remember only those terms, because you want the image to be brighter or darker. And that's what we actually did now. So I just told the camera, whenever you photograph in auto mode, make it a bit brighter, +1. And when I want to set it back, I just go now back on that ± symbol, then on ±0.0, and now everything is properly exposed. Sometimes it's here on the top dial wheel with some cameras. And this is a huge mistake a lot of people do not knowing, because sometimes by accident you turn that little wheel here and all the time it's on +2.0 maybe. And it's not only in the P mode, but as well in A mode and S mode. I will explain those modes later, but whenever this correction is activated, doesn't matter if plus or minus, your exposure is not right. So maybe you experienced, oh, all my images are too bright. Oh, all my images are too dark. The camera is broken. No, you just set that correction, maybe by accident, and did not turn it back. So what you should do now, and this is your first practice now, go in your camera, set your camera on P mode, and then just take 3 randomly selected images. The images should look different, maybe one in the shadow, one in the sunlight, maybe one close-up shot like from a beautiful flower, maybe zoomed in, something like this, and take different photos and look at the different camera settings, what the camera is telling is right or wrong. And then also go in the correction mode here with the ± symbol and set everything to +1. And then take the images again and look what suits you better. What do you like better? Do you like it a bit brighter? Do you like it maybe also a bit darker? You can try that with -1, for example, and then set it back to 0 that you don't forget that. Try that out and I see you in the next lesson.
Hi, I'm Albert Ross, professional landscape photographer, and this is my Hawkland Parker Pro jacket. This red color is my personal signature edition. This is a great jacket system for outdoor photography. Why? It has multiple layers, not just this layer. It has a fleece layer, a mid layer, and this outer layer. It's very waterproof, it's windproof, and it's suitable for any kind of weather conditions. Anyone can wear it, but it's a jacket system aimed at photographers, meaning it has some very nice features like this little pocket with my lens cloth attached here. I can quickly take it out for my glasses or my lens or my filters. Then it has really big pockets here for accessories, and it has a lot of nice pockets inside for batteries, smartphone, SD cards. It's very convenient for me as a photographer to use, not only because of the weather, but also because of all these nice features.
Maybe you also like the photography backpack, winter gloves, or classic jacket system. At www.hawkland.us.
Hawkland. Photographer's clothing.
In this lesson, we will leave the automatic mode and switch directly into manual mode. But I will explain you what exactly the manual mode does in a lesson later, a total lesson only about manual mode. But for now, it's not important to know, again, aperture, shutter speed, ISO, and so on. It's only important to know what makes an image brighter and what makes an image darker. And maybe are some other things changing as well when you change some settings in the camera. And for you, it's now only important what wheel to turn. And that's what I actually did when I started photography. I did not know about shutter speed, about aperture, and so on. I did only know when I turn on this wheel, it gets brighter in this direction, and when I turn in the other direction, it gets a little bit darker. And there's another wheel maybe here on the front, and when I turn this wheel here, it gets brighter in this direction, and it gets darker in this direction. And at some point, there are some difficulties, and at some other situations, it's not that difficult. That's all you need to know really when you start. But in this course, of course, you need to learn more, and you will learn more. But for now, it's only important that you know what the different wheels do in brighter and darker relations. So I will teach you now the 0 game. and I called it myself zero game. I don't know if there's another name for that, but I call it zero game. So whenever I will tell you do the zero game now, you know what to do after this lesson. What we will do now is we photograph the exact same scenarios we did before in the auto mode, but now in manual mode, and try to expose ourselves on zero. That's why we call it, or I call it, the zero game. As mentioned, I go now in the manual mode. So turn your camera now on manual mode. And now I go here back on my shell. If ISO is turned on auto, click the ISO button and put it on 100. So the ISO should not be on auto because this would be in auto mode. We don't want to photograph auto now, but only manual. And as you can see now here, the image is super dark. And I can see it from my bare eye. But also, when I click the focus button here and not press it all the way through, this would mean I take a photo, I only press it halfway to focus, then you either get a little marker or your camera tells you, now in my case blinking, minus 2.0. And that means when it's minus, it's too dark. And that's also what I can see. So the camera tells me it's too dark with the minus 2 in this case, also blinking. So attention, attention, blinking, blinking. And as well from my eye, I can see it's too dark. So what do I do to make it brighter? I have to turn some of those wheels. That's what I do now. And it doesn't matter what wheel you turn now, just turn any of the wheels. Either that back wheel here, or when you have a front wheel here, you can try to turn that. When you have a wheel here, you can turn that. I now will turn this wheel here on the back. I turn it, and in my case now, it's the shutter speed. And the shutter speed now, I try to turn as long as it's not minus anymore, but zero. And this is the zero game. So I try to set the marker away from the minus 2, minus 1 to 0, because then the camera says it's a proper exposure. I turn it until it is 1/30th of a second. Take the photo, maybe take a safety shot. So the camera settings are now f5.6, ISO 100, 1/30th of a second. And that's because I pulled here only on that dial wheel. If I turned another wheel, the camera settings would be totally different. Only importance is it's on 0. 0 means properly exposed. So let's try it with a different motif, the flower in the sun. Back here at my beautiful flower in the sunlight, and when I now not change the settings but use the same settings like I used in the shadow and look at the image, or maybe even take the image, I see, oh, it's a little bright. Because now, when I'm back in the sun, the whole light situation changed, I have to adjust the camera settings. And that is something that you can keep in mind. Whenever the light is changing, you need to change your camera settings. So, in this situation now, I can, of course, use that same dial wheel here, and I will do this now. So, I use the same aperture, so the F thing is the aperture. I will teach you that later. And I will now go with my 0 game on the 0, and I will change it now to 1/250th of a second. This is my shutter speed, 1/250. So it's a much faster shutter speed. You will also hear now when I take the photo, click, click, very fast. And it's exposed on 0. I can also zoom in now a little bit, doesn't matter. Still stays on 0. If it now would tell you, oh, it's not 0, it's minus 0.5 or something, what would you do? Of course, you will go back to 0. It's the 0 game. Always try to set your marker, to set your exposure on 0. Okay, next situation. Beautiful hotel. Same position where I'm standing, but now I want to photograph again here that hotel. I zoom out a little bit. And what I will do now, I will dial my shutter speed all the way to 1/30th again, like I did here in the shadow. And now we'll dial that other wheel up here, this is the aperture, until I reach the 0. So when I start, I'm very much overexposed. But now, when I dial that wheel, I return back on the 0. And in this case now, it's f22, which is the most you can close an aperture with most lenses. And it's not the best aperture to use, but I will tell you that later. But for now, for our 0 game, for proper exposure, that is totally okay. So total different camera settings, same light situation, same position where I'm standing, but that's what I want to show you. You can choose total different camera settings, doesn't matter. For the 0 game, for the exposure, you can choose whatever camera settings you want to choose. And that is actually what the automatic mode of your camera is doing as well. And you now did it. You used manual mode. You just set all the camera settings yourself, you played the 0 game, and you made 3 proper exposures. What I wanted to show you in this lesson is that it's very easy to set your exposure properly in manual mode without even knowing what aperture means, what it is, what shutter speed is, what ISO is, and so on. You only need to dial your wheels, and you need to know what wheel to dial to make it brighter or darker, and also in which direction maybe. And then just play the 0 game. Set the marker on the 0. Just always try to bring it on 0. And when it's not visible, remember, press your focus, pop, then it's visible, and then you can set it on 0. Your exercise for this lesson, just like with the last lesson in auto mode, is to look for 3 different motives. And the 3 motives should be totally different. One in a shadow area, one in a sunny area, and one maybe macro or more landscape, depending what the other shots were like. But it should be totally different, that you can use different camera settings. And you can also make the blindfolded game, I call it sometimes. So just dial anything, just turn your wheels, and then try to bring it back to 0. And try to find out what other things might change. Maybe you see something, maybe something is impossible. Maybe it's impossible to get a proper exposure when you are in sun, when your aperture is already closed. Or maybe you recognize that it's impossible to get a sharp, crisp image of a flower in the wind when your shutter speed is too slow. Might be. You will learn later in this course. But that's it for this lesson. In this lesson we talk about the manual mode in detail. And we already used the manual mode in the previous lessons, but in this it will be more detailed. I have here my beautiful shell again. You can choose, of course, whatever object you want to photograph. And I changed my lens. I changed to an open aperture lens. What exactly aperture means, I will teach you as well in another lesson, but for now, just important, I have a longer lens now, so 55 millimeters in comparison to the other zoom lens I had before. And this lens can do an maximum open aperture of f1.8. I talked about that in the lens lesson. So f1.8, very open aperture, and that means a lot of light can get into the camera. That means as well, hopefully, we get a nice blurry background and achieve the typical photography look you want to achieve. So this is what I will do now. I will place the shell in a shadowy area. Let's place it over here. So it's now in the shadow. And I switch now my camera settings from f22, which I had before in the last lesson, to f1.8. And you just take care of the f, so where it is f22, for example, or some other value at the moment, you try to find the wheel that changes it to f1.8. Maybe it's 2.0 with your lens, it's depending what your lens you're using. My maximum open aperture is f1.8, so I go to the max open aperture, f1.8 in my case. So this is the value I have now. I'm still in manual mode, of course, and I go to ISO 100. Should be anyway, because it was in the last lesson as well. And now I only change the shutter speed. And I look here through my camera, it's a pretty dark image now. And I change the shutter speed and play the 0 game. And now I have something that is called the minimum focus distance. And this is something that occurs especially with longer lenses, and 55mm is a slightly long lens already. And that means I cannot focus, I cannot get a sharp image when I'm too close. If I had a macro lens, I could go pretty close, but this is not a macro lens, so I have to keep that minimum focus distance. And usually it's standing somewhere here on the lens. Now with this lens, it's standing here on the bottom and it says 0.5 meters is my minimum focus distance. This is around an arm length, I would say, maybe a bit longer. And this is the distance I have to keep. And you will just recognize it, even if it's not written on your lens, because you cannot get a focused image. So I have to go a little bit backward now. This is it. Now I play the zero game only with the shutter speed. The aperture, f, should stay on the maximum open, f1.8, ISO 100. And now my shutter speed is at 1/320th of a second. Okay, photo done. And as you can already see with the open aperture, nice blurry background, that's what I wanted to achieve. So this is actually one thing now I chose as a photographer. I want to use that lens, I want to use an open aperture, I want to photograph that thing, I cannot go too close, I'm in a shadowy place, and this is the first photo. So now I want to take the same shot, but in the sun. Let's see what happens. I put the shell now in a sunny place, and right now the sun is pretty low, so it's not that super strong. And I want to achieve the same look, but now in the sun, not in the shade. So I have f1.8 still, ISO 100, still manual mode, but now I have to, of course, adjust the shutter speed. Because when I look now through my display here, through the viewfinder, I can see it's totally overexposed, or in simple terms, too bright, plus 2.0 and blinking. So I have to adjust now only the shutter speed again, so only the thing with the slash, not the f. The f should stay 1.8 in my case. And I focus now here on the beautiful shell and adjust the shutter speed until the plus 2.0 turns to 0. Zero game, you remember the zero game. And now in my case, it's almost not possible, even though the sun is pretty low. Now imagine it would be around noon or something, so the sun a lot higher, then it would not be possible to expose an image, because my maximum shutter speed I have here is 1/4000th of a second with this camera. And a 4,000th of a second, f1.8, ISO 100 here in the camera settings, is almost overexposed now. So I take the image, but if I would take the exact same image in, let's say, 1 hour later, then it would not be possible to take a proper exposure with f1.8, ISO 100, and the shutter speed is maxed. So it's not possible to use a faster shutter speed. So what do we have to remember? In some situations, it's not possible to use the camera settings that I want to, maybe because of the light and because maybe of the limitations you have in your camera. So what can we do in this situation now? Of course, we can use a different aperture. We can close the aperture, so not f1.8, but maybe f2.8. And in this case now, it gives me some freedom to choose from. Now I can maybe adjust the shutter speed again, or I can also use the aperture to make the image again on the zero, play the zero game, adjust the brightness, and then have a properly exposed image. And that's what the zero game is about, and that's what actually is photography about. That simple is the manual mode. Let's choose a third object. I found my third object, that beautiful flower here in the foreground, and I change now again my aperture to the max open aperture, which is f1.8 here in my case. So change that. And because the subject is not that bright like the shell and the rock, it is possible to photograph that now even though it's in direct sunlight. If it's not possible for you, you can look for a flower or something else in a more shady area. So f1.8 in my case now, shutter speed now is in my case here with the zero game at 1/200,500th till, something like that. And I now focus here on the flower. Zero game is played, so the exposure should be right. And what I did not explain yet is the exposure simulation. And that is quite a good tool, especially with modern cameras. Even older cameras, like 10-year-old cameras, have it built in, but you have to activate it over your live view. So there might be a live view button you have to press. With some older Canon cameras, it's only with some older Canon cameras, it's the record button actually, and then you switch into live view. And live view means everything that your camera sees, you can see on your screen. And with DSLR cameras, so cameras that have a mirror, I explained that in another lesson as well. If you haven't seen, check it out. With DSLR cameras, you see everything through your viewfinder over a mirror. And when that mirror is flipped up, you can see actually what your lens, what your sensor is seeing with the camera settings you choose. And with mirrorless cameras that I use now here, you always see what your sensor is seeing. So in my case now, I can see here over my screen that an f1.8 has that blurriness in the background. The brightness is this and that. And with some cameras you can't see. So when you use older cameras, you might only see that -2, +2, 0. You can play the zero game without seeing the actual image because you only see that marker on the slide. But with more modern cameras, you can also see your image, like you would get it without taking the image. That is a pretty cool feature. Exposure simulation, it's called. In some cases, the exp sim, especially with Canon cameras, is flashing, blinking. And that means it's not possible to show the exposure simulation. And that is usually when it's too dark. So when you photograph in the evening or at night and it's too dark, then it is flashing. It's not flashing, it's the actual image you will get. Because in some situations, you might say, I don't want to play the zero game, I want to play the +1 game maybe, or +0.7 game or whatever. So in simple terms, I want to expose the image a little bit brighter. And you don't want to always make a test image. That's what I did when I photographed with a camera that had no exposure simulation. But with a simulation, you can just see what you get. So in my case, I can now just dial the shutter speed, so the thing with the slash, and make the image a bit brighter. And I will now do it. I will make a brighter image. And now I will just dial that wheel again and don't look only for the zero, but what I like. So I'll make it a bit darker now. 1/3200 it is now, in my case, for example. A bit darker. Or 4/1000ths of a second. Also a bit darker. And that is the great thing about manual mode. And that's what I want to teach you in this lesson. That you can choose, you have the option, and you decide as a photographer what you like. You want that blurry background? Fine, take the open aperture. You want it a bit brighter, a bit darker? Fine, just use your shutter speed however you want it in this situation here now. But there's a downside as well, I will show you now. One big advantage in manual mode compared with auto mode is that I can take different things in consideration that the camera cannot do, like wind. And here with this flower, the wind right now is not that much of a problem because it's just a slight wind. But imagine the wind would be a little bit more, or the subject you want to photograph is just a little faster. And we will talk about moving objects later on in that course. But for now, I want to demonstrate you why sometimes the camera in auto mode can make a very bad decision because it does not know that there's wind around. I have now the exact same settings like before, but now one thing I will change, and that is wind. And I will add strong wind now with my fingers. So I focus here on that flower and I will just shake it. And you see, I take an image shaking, no problem. It's such a fast shutter speed that the movement is sharp in the image. So everything focused, everything sharp, no problem. But now let's do the same scenario and change some values. And I will now close my aperture to f22, so not f1.8, open aperture, now closed aperture f22. So the max closed aperture, and you will see immediately in the exposure simulation and as well in your values below -2, dark image, almost black image, so I don't see much here. So I have to adjust now to my zero game. And I will do that now again with the shutter speed. So first aperture f22 and now shutter speed until I reach my zero. Play the zero game. -1. And now, little spider, goodbye. -1 and 0. And in my case now, 0 is achieved with 1/10 of a second. And in your scenario, it might be totally different. And remember, I'm in the sun right now. When I would be in the shadow, it would be even a longer shutter speed. And there's a disadvantage with a slow shutter speed. Sometimes it can be an advantage, you will learn later. But in this situation now, it's a disadvantage. And the camera might choose it because it does not know. It doesn't know that there's wind or a hand involved. So let's see, I have my hand here, I focus, and now I shake, and you see, it's just a blurred image. Why? Because shutter speed is too slow. But when I'm in manual mode, and when I'm a skilled photographer, and when I know about that issue, know about wind, and just observe the situation that is around, how is the light, how is the wind, is there any movement, then I can make the right camera settings. And that's what I did now. That's what I wanted to show you. Your exercise for today is to try out the exact same that I just did. Look for something to photograph in the shadow with the maximum open aperture available with your lens, like in my case f1.8, and then try to photograph the same thing in the sun and see how it changes and see if it's possible with your shutter speed. And also look at your camera, maybe you can do a faster shutter speed with some cameras, that is possible. It's important that you know how to handle your camera. And then look for a third subject, a moving subject like a flower. You can just flash a little bit around and shake a little bit and try to photograph it with a fast shutter speed, and then close your aperture to the max and try to photograph it with a slow shutter speed and see how everything changes. And not only look for the movement, but try to analyze the image, what also might change. Look maybe at the background, because in the next lesson you will learn how the aperture affects the background. In this lesson I will teach you about aperture. And we already talked a little bit about aperture in the previous lessons. If you haven't checked them, check them out. And in this lesson here, it's all about aperture. Aperture, again, is in your lens and it balances how much light gets onto the camera sensor. And depending on what aperture you choose, you can make the image look different. It, of course, also balances how much light gets on the sensor. So if an image is brighter or darker, you can do that by the aperture, but it also has another effect on the image, and that is called depth of field. And I will do that and explain that and show you that in this scenario here. I have my camera here on the tripod, and if you don't have a tripod, you can do it handheld as well, but it's much easier and better to see with a tripod because you don't move and you can see the exact same image after each other and see the effect of the aperture. And I would say just get started and let's see what effect the aperture has on your image. Okay, I'm now playing the zero game. Most important thing is I have here again the 55mm f1.8 lens, so a longer lens with a very open aperture. f1.8 is a very open aperture. Everything with the aperture is always the f thing. That's what you learned in the previous lessons as well. And f actually stands for focal length. So the f means 1.8 is the fraction of the focal length. So let's say easier number f2.0. So when you have a, let's say, 50mm lens, not 55mm, but 50mm lens, and you have a aperture of f2.0, it means 50mm divided by 2, which is 25mm. So the diameter of that aperture is now 25. That's what it actually means. Again, f2.0 on a 50mm lens is 25mm diameter. And that is what the aperture is. And that's why f2.0 is open and f22 is closed. So whenever I say use a closed aperture, it means use a high number like f22, because a 22th of 50mm, let's say, is smaller than a half, like f2 of 50mm, for example. A bit complicated, but all you have to know is small number means open aperture, f1.8 open aperture, f22 closed aperture. Open aperture means a lot of light because the hole is big, and closed aperture means not that much light because hole is small. Now we know everything about that f thing, but let's see what effect it has on the image. I start with the zero game, now with f1.8, so my max open aperture. And ISO is on 100, still in manual mode of course, and I adjust now my exposure to fit it, and in this case here the camera tells me 1/1000th of a second. I'm now sitting in a shady place here, and it's not that much of light available, still bright day, but in the shade. If you are in the sun, total different camera settings. And that's why I will tell over and over in this course, it's not important what I say camera settings I use now, but it's important that you know what camera settings to take and to set in the situation you are in. And when another photographer tells you about camera settings, it actually is not that super helpful. Maybe a little bit sometimes with special settings, but in general it's not, because you can choose any camera settings. All right, first image, f1.8, 1/1000th of a second, ISO 100. Okay, got the shot. Now we take the second image, and now I change the aperture first to f2.8, and now it's -1, so I have to adjust to 0, and in my case now it's 1/500th of a second. So I take the same image, and I always focus on the same flower here in this case. How to choose the right focus and so on, I will teach you later. I think it will work in the situation you have at home now. Okay, now next stop is f4.0, and I adjust to the zero game on 1/200th of a second. Take the photo. Now I go on, f5.6, zero game, take the photo, and so on and so on. All right, now something interesting happens. I'm now at f14 and have a 20th of a second. And when you remember in the last lesson, when I photographed with a close aperture in a 10th of a second, that flower that I was shaking, it was very tough to make a focused image, that everything is sharp in the image, because of that fast shutter speed. And again, we have a whole lesson about shutter speed as well, but we will have difficulties now with the next shutter speeds as well, because the flower is slightly shaking. I have now my tripod, which is a helper of course, but still the flower itself is moving, so maybe with the next aperture, f18, and now I have a 10th of a second, it might be that the flower gets blurry because it is shaking. And my last setting, f22, 1/6 of a second. And yes, it looks like the flower is now not in focus or not sharp anymore. It's not actually out of focus, but it is just shaking, and that's why it's blurry. I focus correctly, but because the shutter speed is pretty slow, it is a little bit blurry. You will learn about that later as explained. But let's look at the different images I took now. f22 now backwards until f1.8. Was photographing on the tripod, and as you can see, the more open the aperture gets, the more blurry the background gets. And also, not only the background, but as well the foreground. And that is called depth of field. It means the area gets less sharp the more open your aperture is. So when I use an f1.8, I have maybe only this much of distance in focus. So when in this area here a flower is, then it's sharp. But when it's here in the front, or when it's here in the back, it's not sharp anymore. And the same with the focus. If my flower is here, but if I focus here or a little bit in the back, it's not in focus anymore. That's because of f1.8. The aperture is open, a lot of blurriness in the image. And you actually call that bokeh. It's Japanese and it means just beautiful blurriness. And in photography we call it bokeh. So whenever you want to say it's a very nice blurriness in your image, you say it's a nice bokeh. Or you can say to your own image as well, I took a nice image with a good bokeh. And that just means it has a nice blurriness to it. So what you have to remember is whenever you want a nice blurry background or nice blurry foreground as well, you use an open aperture. But then again you have a downside because you will have a lot of light on your camera, and like in strong sunlight, it can be difficult to photograph with an open aperture to get a properly exposed image. Then you might say, okay, but when I want everything just to be in focus, then I close the aperture and always shoot on f22. Yeah, maybe in a landscape situation you might think that could be correct, but there is a downside as well. Not only do you have less light and then maybe need a tripod because you cannot photograph handheld anymore because everything gets shaky then. Or there's another thing which is called diffraction blur. And it appears when your aperture is very much closed, like with f22, f20 and so on. And when your aperture is very closed, so the hole is very tiny, you get a diffraction blur, which means everything in your image gets slightly blurry, just a little blurry. And when you compare like an f8 next to an f22 image, you will see a difference all over the image in the details when you zoom in a lot. It's not visible for non-photographers and for people that don't look for it, but there's actually a little detail and quality difference. So I would tell you to avoid using f22 and f20. f18 is most of the times okay, depending on the lens, but f22 apertures I will only use as a backup solution when I have to, when there's no other option, when I want to make it very dark and I have no other option to control the light, then I would use f20, f22. And on the opposite, f1.8 and so on, I will always use when I want to achieve that nice, bokeh-licious, blurry look. That's actually what Aperture is all about. So you can both control the light with the Aperture and control the blurriness and look in your image. My exercise for you is to try out the same exact scenario like I have here right now. Put your camera on a tripod, low angle, look for something to photograph like a flower and focus on the flower, manual mode, and then try out all the different aperture settings you have in your camera after each other. Start with the max open aperture, f1.8. In my case, it might be with your lens and your camera a total different aperture, like f2.8, 3.5, something like this, the max open aperture. And then all the way with the different settings to the maxed closed aperture, like f22, with some lenses even f36 or something. Just try it out with your lens. And of course, always adjust the other camera settings, that you have a properly exposed image. You play all the times the zero game. Always try to get on the zero. It's a great exercise as well for your hands and your fingers to find the right camera settings at all the times. The more often you do it, the more easier it is. And then observe the image, analyze it and see how the image changes when you change the aperture. Not only the blurriness will change, but something else as well. I already said it in the course, but you will find out when you look at your own images. Wish you a lot of fun and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we talk about the A mode or AV mode, depending what camera brand you are using. It's a half automatic mode and it's pretty useful. You can use often off times, but I personally don't use many automatic modes. I mainly use the manual mode and sometimes I use ISO auto. I will explain later what that means, but most of the times only manual mode. But you can choose whatever option you want. You have the possibilities in your camera, and that's what I want to show you in this lesson. So let's switch directly into A mode. And it does not mean auto mode or something, it's the aperture priority mode, or AV, aperture value mode. With Canon cameras, for example, it's called AV, but here on the Sony it's A, just A. And when I set this mode, you can now set manually the aperture, because it's called aperture priority. The aperture has the priority. I can now choose, I want that nice bokeh-licious blurry background and foreground here for that beautiful flower that I photographed before here on that tripod, and you set that in the camera because you don't want the camera to choose an ugly, let's call it ugly aperture. I want the f1.8 and I set it in the camera, and now the camera makes the rest. So the camera says now the light is changing, 1/2000th of a second of shutter speed, bam, image taken. And now the light is changing, the sun is maybe behind the tree, there's a shadow on the flower, on the person you want to photograph, and you just click the shutter and the camera does the rest. But the aperture always has priority, it stands on f1.8, it does not change, but the shutter speed changes. What actually the camera does, it plays the zero game, it always exposes now on 0, but only with the shutter speed, and the aperture always stays fixed at the value that you set. That's why it's called AV, aperture value, or aperture priority. And you can make, of course, an adjustment. You can make it a bit brighter and a bit darker as well, because sometimes you don't want to play the 0 game, but the +1 game, or +0.5, or +2 game, or minus whatever game, and you can make that compensation as well. Just with the auto mode, I already explained it. You click on the ± square here on the bottom, and then you maybe set it on +1, and now every image is +1 overexposed. And here in this case now I just hit the shutter, f1.8 stays, but the image is slightly overexposed now, a bit brighter, and the shutter is adjusted. And when the light is changing, it will always adjust the shutter speed, and that can be quite helpful. But that's only one situation. Let's go to another situation. I'm back here at my shell at the shady rock here. A lot of birds pooped on that rock. Not the most beautiful rock, but the other rocks are in the sun, and we need a shady place to demonstrate what the problem sometimes can be with the AV or A mode. So I will now change my aperture to f10. So the aperture is a little bit closed now, in the middle range you can say, and usually I would say in landscape photography and in many genres, you try to use the middle range. So not max open, not maxed closed. Most lenses get the best image quality out of the middle range. And now f10 is somewhere in the middle range. The shell is in focus now, and I take the photo, and my shutter speed is now at a 1/30th of a second. Everything set by the camera, it's A mode. The camera is intelligent now and gives me the value that it thinks is best to expose on 0. It played the 0 game. So where is the bad thing about it? Well, there should be an alarm in your head when the shutter speed is below your focal length. And in this case, my focal length is 55 millimeters. And when you want to photograph handheld and don't get a blurry image, and the subject or object you're photographing is not moving, you self can move because of your hand shaking. Even though you breathe in or breathe out and you hold very stable, or you try at least to hold very stable, your focal length dictates you what shutter speed you can use. There are some modern things like image stabilization and maybe sensor stabilization, and that can help, it can compensate a little bit. But when you want to be super sure, best thing is to always not go under your focal length in shutter speed. What that means is when you have, let's say, a 50mm lens, don't go below a 50th of a second shutter speed. Better even to double it. So 50mm, 1/100th of a second shutter speed, handheld. When you have a 100mm lens, 1/100th of a second, better double, 2/100ths of a second minimum shutter speed. Some modern cameras can calculate that by itself. They don't go below a certain number that you don't get a shaky image, but most cameras don't do. So you have to think with the camera, and that is a bad thing in auto mode because you don't want to think in auto mode. That sometimes is a disadvantage in the auto mode. There's a quite helpful tool in this camera here, for example. You can look if it's in your camera as well. It tells me now that image stabilizer is off. This camera has not even an image stabilizer and the lens does not have one as well. And if it's the same with your camera, then it's very important to take care of that rule of thumb with the shutter speed that you don't get a shaky image. And here in this situation, it even gives you an exclamation mark and starts flashing when your shutter speed is too slow to shoot handheld. So now with the 30s of a second, f10, or now it even tells me 20s of a second, it can happen that the image gets slightly blurry. And you want to avoid that. So always keep that in mind when you shoot in an auto mode. You also can compensate that with some cameras when you have ISO auto activated, because with Sony cameras it's not set on standard. You can activate ISO auto. Now ISO is on auto and now it tells me f10 and 1/100th of a second. That is much safer and it adjusted the ISO a little bit. But in general, always keep in mind when you shoot auto, look always for your shutter speed, because it can happen that especially when you have a value or priority on the aperture, that your shutter speed gets too slow when it's too dark. Or imagine to be in the evening, not only in the shadow area, but in the evening, or you want to photograph at night with AV mode handheld, it will not photograph or will not work that well. Actually, you can use it very good for portraits or for situations when you always want to have a nice open aperture, that nice bokeh-licious look, that blurriness in the back or foreground. Then just put your camera on A, the shutter speed will get calculated automatic. If you want an extra automatic, put on ISO auto as well. I have a whole lesson about that later. But be always aware of the shutter speed when it's in a darker area, like inside a shadowy place, or also in the evening, or when you want to photograph at night. And actually, a smartphone always photographs in A mode, because in a smartphone the aperture usually is fixed, and depending what lens you are using, you have a different aperture, and then the camera itself calculates the shutter speed and the ISO number. So with a smartphone, usually you photograph in that A mode. But with a camera, you can set the aperture, you can tweak the aperture, and yeah, in that A mode, you can just set it and the rest does the camera automatic. So is an automatic or half automatic mode a bad thing? No, it's not. You won't get an award to always photograph manual. Use your settings clever, depending on what situation you have, but always be aware of the downsides maybe an automatic mode or half automatic mode has. Like in this example here with maybe a too slow of shutter speed. But in general, it's a great thing to have that option. My exercise for you is to try out that mode, that A mode with your camera, and try it in different scenarios. With an open aperture, a maxed open aperture, beautiful flower, maybe walk around and take just some different shots in different areas of light, in a shadow area, in a sunny area, maybe also use that compensation to make it a bit brighter, a bit darker, and then go in a shadow area or maybe an inside area where it's a lot darker, and then try to close the aperture and see what your camera does. If you get a shaky image handheld, or if you can use the ISO auto mode, for example, in that mode as well. Or maybe your camera calculates ISO auto by default. That can happen as well, depending what camera brand you're using. Again, it's important that you know how your camera works and that you know how my camera works. All right, I wish you a lot of fun and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson I talk about the S mode of the camera. It's a half automatic mode, and with some cameras it's called TV mode. Both modes do the same, and S stands for shutter priority and TV stands for time value. I prefer S for shutter priority. You can also remember it very easy with sport mode, because this is a great modus to shoot sport photos. And I already made some examples for you with a jumping person, which stands for everything that is moving, like a dog running around, kids running around, bird flying around, maybe even a car driving through the image, or just a person jumping up and down. A huge mistake a lot of beginners do is to choose a normal automatic mode like auto or P or A mode, aperture priority, and then they try to capture an action. And the camera does not know that you want to capture the action, that you want everything to be super crisp and sharp and super frozen in time, you can say. And therefore the camera will just choose any shutter speed. But when you choose S, then the camera knows shutter has priority, and you want maybe to freeze an action, or maybe also you want a super slow shutter speed, then you can also make that as a priority. As you see now in the example with the jumping person, when we turn on the normal auto mode, the shutter speed is too slow and the person that jumps up is just blurry because the camera set the wrong setting. When we turn on now the shutter priority and set a faster shutter speed and take that as our base value, then no problem. When the person is jumping up, it is always sharp. Or when a bird flies through the image, it will be sharp. When a car drives through the image, it will be sharp, because your shutter has the priority. Very simple. With Sony cameras, you have to turn on ISO auto as well. It will be a lot of help, because usually when you have a fast shutter speed, you need a lot of light. When it's pure daylight, no problem. But as soon as you're standing in the shadow, or when you are maybe in the morning or in the evening, or when you are inside, then a fast shutter speed is difficult with a lot of lenses, especially longer lenses with maybe only f4.0 or even a higher maximum open aperture like 5.6, 6.3 and so on. So you need to compensate that with ISO auto. With some cameras, it's already always ISO auto when you have that mode on, but here with the Sony camera you have to turn it on if it's not turned on. When do you not use that shutter priority mode? When there's a situation where both is important, shutter and aperture. Because maybe you want the aperture to be super open and the shutter speed to be fast, and the ISO maybe also on a certain number. Then you would choose manual mode and all three settings. Or maybe you want to photograph a creek or something else and the shutter speed is important, but also the aperture is important. And also the ISO is maybe important, then you would also choose the manual mode. So all the modes I explain you are good to know, and you can choose from that huge palette of possibilities you have. But in the end, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. All right, and that's it with the shutter priority, a very helpful mode. S for sports mode, that is very simple to remember, or just shutter priority. My exercise for you is to try that at home. Turn on the S mode, turn on a very fast shutter speed like 500ths of a second, maybe even a thousandth of a second. Go out in the sun to test it, it's the easiest way. And if you are in a more shadowy area, then turn on ISO auto to compensate that fast of a shutter speed. And then try to freeze an action, maybe a running child, maybe something that is running through or driving through your image, maybe some waves breaking, maybe a waterfall, something that is moving. I wish you a lot of fun and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson I talk about shutter speed. And shutter speed is very important for a lot of things in photography. It is always connected to movement. The movement of your hands when you're photographing, the shaking you can say, and the movement of what you photograph. For example, waves like we have here at the ocean, for example, a person that you might photograph, an animal you might photograph, or whatever has movement with it. Also clouds, water, like waterfalls, creeks and so on. I a lot of times, for example in landscape photography, use a longer shutter speed to make certain movements in an image visible or more arty, you can say, more interesting to watch. But for example in sports photography, you want an action to be frozen, like a water drop in a fountain falling down. You want the water drop to be super sharp, super crisp. What we will do here at the ocean is try to capture different shutter speeds with the waves, and then see later in the images how the waves change with the different shutter speeds. Shutter speed, of course, has also something to do with brightness. So the faster the shutter is, the darker the image is, and the longer the shutter is, the longer the shutter is open, the more light gets onto the sensor. I already talked about that in the lesson how a camera actually works. As a quick recap, the shutter is in front of your sensor and it dictates the sensor how long the light goes onto it. For example, we have like a door that opens and closes, and when you have 1 second of shutter speed, it means the shutter, the door, is for 1 second open. And everything that is moving in that 1 second will be blurry because the shutter, the door, is that long open. But when you have a very fast shutter, like let's say 1/500th of a second, so the door is only open for 1/500th of a second, a very fast, very short amount of time, then the action is only visible for the sensor for that small amount of time. And that's why the image is frozen on the sensor and the action is frozen on the sensor. And we will see that now with the waves, and I will also show you some examples of a creek, because with water flowing down a creek or a waterfall, it's exactly the same. So you can try now at home to go into manual mode with your camera and then close your aperture all the way to the end. A very tiny aperture. That means not much light gets now onto the sensor. ISO is on 100, so also the lowest ISO number. And now you try to play the zero game and adjust the shutter speed that you get a properly exposed image, or maybe overexpose even a little bit to +1 to give a little bit more light onto the sensor. And what happens now? You have a longer shutter speed. Congratulations! Depending of course of the light situation, it would be best to go in a shadow area, maybe a forest or something, when you have a small creek to try it out, or when you are at the ocean, try to do it in the morning or in the evening, not at pure daylight, then it's not that beautiful. Okay, so you have a longer shutter speed now, maybe half a second, maybe even longer, because your aperture is closed a lot, you blocked a lot of light, and you need to compensate that with a longer shutter speed. So when you block one thing, let's say with the aperture, not much light gets into it, then you need to compensate to bring the light back on to play the zero game. You have to expose a longer shutter speed, long amount of time, a lot of light for a long amount of time because that hole is so tiny. Okay, now you adjust the shutter speed, you make it a little bit faster, maybe 1/8 of a second, 1/10 of a second, something like this. And you can see now if you have to adjust as well the aperture, because it's always connected to each other. When you make the shutter a little faster, you have to bring more light with then the aperture on the sensor. Okay, now we take a third image and make it a little bit faster. Maybe 1/30th of a second, 1/50th of a second, something like this. And see now, the image will be darker, so you have to compensate again and open the aperture a little bit. And that is actually the whole game about manual exposure. You always have to bring everything in relation, everything is connected with each other. Okay, now you make another image, maybe with 1/100th of a second of shutter speed, and you have to open again the aperture to make the exposure even, and to play the zero game. And you now will already see a huge difference between the first image and the last image. They can look almost similar in exposure because you exposured everything around zero. Maybe the first image was a little bit brighter, but then the second should be at least at zero. And from brightness, the image looks pretty much the same. But what is different now is the movement. In one image, the action is blurred and it looks shaked maybe, like you have shaken your camera while photographing. And in the other image, it will be sharper. All right, now let's continue this game. Make another shutter speed, double it maybe, 1/200th of a second. You have to adjust then the aperture, open it again. Now a 640th of a second, 1,000th of a second, and so on and so on. Go all the way until you reach the end of your shutter speed. With my camera, it's 1/4000th. And with your camera, maybe, it's even 1/8000th or something. And then you will recognize something, depending on what lens you are using. You will recognize that you have to increase the ISO, because otherwise your image will be too dark. And this is the whole game about photography. You now learned already about ISO, because with the ISO you now compensate that fast shutter speed and you compensate that lack of light. Because the shutter is so fast now, 1/4000th of a second, it's so fast, you have to bring the ISO up. Don't be afraid of the ISO, there's a whole lesson about ISO and you now learn already why you need it. When you want the fast shutter, you need the higher ISO. That's it. You want to freeze the action, you need the higher ISO and you need to open the aperture. My exercise for you today is to try out that exact scenario. You can use a tripod for that, it's much easier because then you avoid hand shaking, because this is also something that can make your image blurry. And you can also take the same shot over and over again and then see the differences in the image. The best it works with a creek or waterfall, maybe a fountain, or maybe waves when you have an ocean around or something. Then you can try to capture a constant movement of water, maybe also of something else that is fast moving, and then try to capture all the different shutter speeds that I just told you. Start with the slowest shutter speed available and then go up to the highest shutter speed available with the light situation you have. It's much easier in the shadow or in the morning and evening when the sun is not there or very low than at pure daylight, because at pure daylight you cannot expose that long. But of course it's much easier to have a fast shutter speed at pure daylight. So everything comes with a catch. All right, a lot of fun and see you in the next lesson. Have you ever wondered how pro photographers take photos at the beach without getting their backpack full of sand or mud? It's actually quite easy. This is the Hawkland Photography backpack and we have here two hip belts. This one here is to support your back with heavy weights and the other one is quite large and I show you how it works. I open this one and the other one is closed, and now I flip around the backpack to the front and can open now my photography compartment here and use my filters or change a lens or do whatever I want to do. And when I'm done, I just close it, everything clean and fresh, and bring it back here and take some more photos.
Hawkland, photographer's clothing.
In this video I talk about ISO. And a lot of people are afraid of ISO, especially high ISO numbers. But there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of ISO. Actually, it's quite a useful helper and I use it a lot of times. ISO is just like aperture and shutter speed, something to make your image brighter most of the times, or even a little bit darker depending on what ISO number you start. Usually most cameras start at ISO 100. Some special cameras can go at lower numbers like 50, sometimes even 25, but those are artificial ISO numbers and usually you don't have that much dynamic range then, which means your sensor cannot capture that much of information when you have L ISO set, for example. So I would say usually go with ISO 100 as a base setting and don't use that option of L only when you don't have another option, just like f22 for example. And when you have ISO 100, the base ISO, then you can set the aperture and the shutter speed. And then when you are in a situation where you cannot open your aperture any further, or you want the shutter speed to be super fast, for example, or when you photograph in a situation like I do now where it's getting darker and darker and darker, that's very useful to use a higher ISO number. But as well when you are inside, for example, photographing maybe inside a church for a wedding, or maybe when you photograph sports indoors or something, then it's very useful to use high ISO numbers. Also for wildlife photography, for example, I use always high ISO numbers, sometimes 6,400, sometimes 12,000. For astrophotography, for Milky Way shots, I use high ISO numbers at night to capture all the details. So what is ISO actually? ISO is the sensitivity of your sensor. And with film, like when we photographed with film cameras, it was in the film. So you had to choose the film, the sensitivity of the film. Let's say ISO 100 was the sensitivity. Then you had to shoot the whole film, the whole ISO 100 film in a row. And then when you changed the film, you could change the ISO. Today, with modern cameras, it's not like this. You can just change the ISO whenever you want. When you take one picture, you have ISO 100, second picture ISO 200. You can also choose ISO Auto, which is super helpful. And the next lesson is a complete lesson only about ISO Auto, because it is super helpful. So let's just do a test run with different ISO numbers here. And that's what I would recommend you as well, to just do a test run and see what your camera can do and how the ISO affects the image. And this is a perfect situation for a higher ISO number. If I want to photograph the beautiful village here with a small church tower in the background, then it's not possible anymore by hand without a higher ISO number. When I want to photograph that shot handheld with that long lens, it's a 200mm lens, then I need at least a 200th of a second of shutter speed. Or better, double the shutter speed, so 400ths of a second. But right now I'm around a 20th of a second at ISO 100, and the aperture is already max open. With this lens it's 4.0. But even if I could go more open, it's maybe not useful because I don't want the aperture to be that much open, because I get a slighter depth of field, and maybe it's not possible. Like with this lens, 4.0, that's it. I cannot go any further. So I have to increase the ISO, and that's what we will do now. And I will then adjust the other settings that we just go up to 6,400, maybe even more. Let's try it out. So first shot, I take now zero game ISO 100, so I adjust everything, and because I'm on the tripod, it's not that necessary to go with the high ISO, because I can shoot everything with the tripod. But if I want to do it handheld, or if I have a moving object I want to photograph, like an animal or something, in this light scenario I need a faster shutter speed and I need a higher ISO. So first thing I will do now, I turn on the 2-second self-timer, because otherwise I will get a blurry image. More about that later. 2-second self-timer on, and ISO 100, first image, let's go. All right, first image, ISO 100, looks beautiful. Now second image, ISO 200. And I can adjust now a little bit the shutter speed. Take the image, and so on and so on. And we now see us in a few seconds, and I capture everything here. All right, we went all the way from ISO 100 to 51,000. That is a lot for such a small camera. Usually when you have those lines next to the ISO number, that means it's shit. Just let's say it like this. But you can use it, but usually it does not look that good. But in my opinion, usually until 6,400, it's not a big deal for most cameras. And as you've seen now in the video, we put all the numbers next to the pictures. The pictures looked okay. And I always say better have a little grainy image than a blurry image. Think about a wildlife shot or a nice shot like this, and you have a blurry image. You would not print a blurry image, but you can print a grainy image. And I did not talk much about grain. That's what people are afraid of. The grain, those little dots in the image. But you usually only see it when you zoom in a lot. And some people use vintage filters. You even have the option in Lightroom or Photoshop to add grain, to make it look more beautiful. When you have Hollywood movies with digital cameras filmed, they add grain to make it look more natural and more, just real, not too smooth. And then on the other hand, photographers are afraid to have grain in their image. So yeah, don't care much about the grain. You can use noise reduction later in post-processing when you want to, or you can just add the grain because it gives some kind of life to the image. And again, better have the image as a grainy, crispy shot than have a blurry shot. That's all I can say about ISO. Don't be afraid of ISO. Sometimes you need the high ISO for Milky Way shots. You will never get a nice Milky Way shot with only ISO 100. Maybe with tracking when you make like a 8-minute exposure, then ISO 100, okay, maybe. But with one single shot, only from a tripod, you have to use a high ISO number. My little secret is ISO 6400, 12,000, 20,000, depending on the camera. Then you can get really nice pictures of stars, but you need to do it. You need to use the ISO. And that's what I want to teach you. Use it. Yeah, it's there to use it, not to avoid it. My exercise for you is to try out all the different ISO settings you have in your camera. Start with ISO 100 and go all the way up to your maximum. And then look at the images on your camera and on the computer and just judge for yourself. What is okay for you, what you don't like anymore, and then in the worst case, when you see a leopard there walking towards you, then choose the highest ISO number possible to get the sharp shot and not a blurry image of a leopard right next to you. That's all I can give you at hand. So enjoy it and use the ISO for your photography. In this lesson, I will talk about ISO Auto, and this is a half automatic mode that I use a lot of times for filming and as well for photography, because it helps you to keep two important factors, shutter speed and aperture, but still have some abilities, some room, and also some automatic changes that were made by the camera to just play with the light. Because sometimes you shoot in a shadow and light situation, sometimes you are outside and inside, have to move fast, don't have time to adjust a lot. Sometimes you turn around and light situation changes and then you want to be quick. And this is where ISO Auto can be very helpful if used right. And I will show you now how to use it the correct way. Because some people make mistakes and then they say, oh, ISO Auto is not good. But yeah, it's a human mistake then, you can say. So camera is on manual mode now. I have still my 50mm 1.8 LEDs on. And let's say I want to have an open aperture. 1.8, I want the nice blurry background look, and I want to have at least 1/260th of a second of shutter speed because long lens, and I want a faster shutter speed that I don't get shaky images from my focal length. Alright, so those are my two settings that are important, and then ISO I can use on 100, but as soon as I go in some other situation, maybe I go inside a room or just to another light situation, it might be different. And that's why I use ISO Auto. But with ISO Auto, as mentioned, there can be a huge mistake. And this is when you set ISO Auto in the shadow. And I show you what happens then. The mistake a lot of people do when they use ISO Auto for the first time is they set the camera to 100 ISO in a darker area. For example, here in the shadow. And then they put it on ISO Auto, like we have now in this example. Shutter speed and aperture is fixed. And now they move in a brighter area, like we do now. So this is one clip. We come in the bright area, the sun shines on my face, and now what happens? ISO Auto can't go any lower. So it's overexposed, of course. And we have to make adjustments, and we don't want to make the adjustments. We want the ISO to make the adjustments. So what we can do is the opposite way around. So we set ISO always in the brightest spot we photograph, which is now in the sun, of course. So we set ISO Auto here and make the other camera settings around. So first I set my shutter speed, my aperture, and then I set ISO auto. We set now the camera on the right shutter speed for sunlight, on the right aperture for sunlight, and ISO 100. And now we turn on ISO auto, which is still 100 in this case because it's the lowest ISO number in the camera that we can set. And I will do the same now here with my little shell. I will now adjust my camera settings. I want the open aperture, but I can make the shutter speed even faster because now I'm in the sunlight. All right, I took the photo and now I put it on ISO auto. And when ISO auto is blinking, it means it's too bright. And also in all automatic modes, when something is blinking, it usually means it's too bright or there's something, an issue with this value. So in this case, nothing is blinking, so ISO 100 is in place, ISO auto is active, and now I can go with that shutter speed, 1/2500th of a second, and f1.8 from the sun directly in the shade. So let's go. And we do the same here while filming, so you see the effect. And that is the great thing, especially about filming, because I can talk and it will adjust, but not adjust the shutter speed, not adjust the aperture, only the ISO. Now I'm in the shade, total different situation, did not change anything in the camera, still same settings, and just take the photo here of that beautiful shell. No problem. And ISO, if you wonder, how high is that ISO now here in the shadow? It's only at 320, so no big deal. But yeah, very simple. And now in every situation where you have to be quick, like an event or like maybe a documentary you are doing, either filming or photographing, you can adjust the settings very quick, but without the important settings like shutter speed and like aperture, only with the ISO. It gives you a lot of room to play. Very simple and very useful, and we use it a lot of times, both filming and photographing. The great thing about ISO auto is you can also adjust it. So you can set a minimum and a maximum. When you, for example, have a camera that is a bit more sensitive to noise, then you can set it to a lower max ISO number, like ISO 3200 or something. This camera, for example, has the max now at 6400, which is totally fine for most cameras. Don't be afraid, again, of the ISO. Better have a crispy image than a blurry image, I always say. Your lesson for today is try that. Try ISO auto, just like we explained. You can make the false way just to try it for yourself to see where the difficulties are, but do it also the right way and learn how to meter the right way. Go into the brightest spot outside, set everything, shutter speed and aperture, then ISO auto, then go inside and keep on shooting and see how great the results look. Wish you a lot of fun. See you in the next lesson. In this lesson we talk about white balance and why white balance is very important for your image. You don't only have bright and dark, you also have colors in your image, and the colors should of course look beautiful, maybe natural, maybe also unnatural, depending on what you want to achieve. And you can do all of those color related things with white balance. But before we start with the white balance, first set your camera to RAW and JPEG mode. Because when this mode is activated, you can shoot both JPEG and RAW. What exactly that means, I will teach you later, but you will capture now some images when you haven't photographed RAW before, now already, that you can see those exact differences later when we talk about it. So set that now, and then we go on to the white balance. So what is white balance? It is actually, like the name says, the balance of the white. Because in every situation, in every light you have over the day, also in studio, inside, also at night, you have different colors of light. And those colors have to be balanced. It's very simple to see with artificial light sources. Like for example, when you're at home and you turn on all your lights, all those light sources usually have a different white balance. You can buy warmer bulbs like LED bulbs in different temperatures. And this is actually the same like we have now here with the white balance, different color temperatures. Usually they are in Kelvin, K, just a simple K in short terms, and they have a long number in front. You don't have to remember all those numbers, it's much simpler here in the camera. But in general, those light bulbs are from yellow to white to a more bluish color. And you can try that for yourself when you're at home and turn on your artificial lights at home, and you get used to it over a few minutes, then all your lights appear white. But when you then look out in the evening and it's in a total dark outside, then you might see that outside it's blue. And you think, why is it blue outside? And then you go outside and then you think, no, outside is not blue, it's actually just white, normal, not unusual. But then you go back in and it's yellow again. And then you are in for some time and then it gets white inside and outside it's blue again. And that is the white balance in your brain or in your eyes. And it's the same like in the camera. So you get used to it. But you have to set it with the camera, because when you don't set it, then you have the wrong white balance and the wrong color temperature captured. And actually white balance is pretty easy to imagine. When you have a blue image, you have to bring in yellow to make it white. And when you have a yellow image, you have to bring in blue to make it white. That's all the magic about white balance. So you have to see, what is it? Is it yellow? Is it blue? And then you have to bring the opposite color in. And that is blue for yellow and yellow for blue. The great thing about the camera is that first you can shoot RAW. In RAW format you can adjust white balance later. Teach you later about that. And as well you have auto white balance, just like auto ISO, auto aperture, auto shutter speed and so on. You can also choose auto white balance. And this is totally fine. I use it most of the day, you can say 99% out of the times I use auto white balance. And if it's wrong and the auto white balance did not a good job, then I still can adjust it in RAW, so no big deal. Only difficulty when you're filming. So no still photography, no RAW format, but filming. Usually you don't film in RAW, most people don't. Then it's complicated. Then you have to really set the white balance. That's why I teach you now the different white balance modes and how the white balance affects the image. So let's start with the different settings here in the camera. I have now my beautiful flowers here, just some random settings. I have the aperture very open, adjusted the shutter speed to our zero game. You see now it's very simple to make the zero game, to just do it how I like. When it's too dark, I make it a bit brighter. When it's too bright, I make it a bit darker. I can be on zero, I can be plus 0.3, doesn't really matter. Important is that it looks good. And then I click on FN here. With a Sony camera, with Canon it's Q. And then I go on AWB, and that means auto white balance. And I click on it. Now auto white balance is set. Important, if you have ever changed by accident or on purpose this auto white balance features, because you can here, you see it on the side, AB0, GM0, this is correct. If there's something else than this 0, then your white balance, your auto white balance is set wrong. You changed it and then it's not correct. So look in your camera and see if there's another number standing next to the auto white balance. You can just change it by clicking to the side and then bring back that marker in the middle. Here you see the colors pretty well. Most of the time it's only blue to yellow that is important and that you set in white balance, but you can set as well green and magenta. But most of the times you don't need it, and I would not recommend it to set it to either magenta or to green if you don't know what to do. And that can be a huge mistake beginners do when they accidentally or on purpose, when they hear it in some YouTube video, some secret technique, that they adjust it and forget about it. So check this setting, everything should be set on 0. So when I go back at the AW, the next thing is the sun. And it's pretty easy, it says daylight. Right now the sun is shining. What do I choose? Sun, of course. But no, not really, because I sit not in the sun, but in the shade. So now I would use shade, and this is the next thing. And you see what happens in the image, and I can now just take some photos. I go back to AW, take a photo. First white balance is set. Now I go to daylight, I take a photo. Now I go to shade, and you see the difference from daylight to shade is it gets a bit more yellow. So you can say daylight is a bit more bluish and shade is a bit more yellowish. And sometimes you can use it on purpose, like for example in fall, I photograph a lot of times with shade white balance, even though it's maybe daylight, because the colors are more yellow and it looks more beautiful in autumn, for example, when you choose that white balance setting. But again, you can choose auto white balance as well, doesn't matter. The next thing we have is cloudy, and cloudy and shade is pretty similar. Cloudy is a bit more bluish, but yeah, depending on what situation you have, you can choose it or not choose it. With photography, not that important. Film, as mentioned, it's more important. So when we film, really film, like with the camera, we set the white balance. Usually we don't film with auto white balance because it can make some difficulties later when you want to grade. The next thing is that light bulb, and here it says incandescent. I usually use the term tungsten, but it's blue, you can say. This is what you usually use when you have artificial light bulbs like you had like 10 years ago when there was no LED in every home. Then you use that when you filmed with artificial light. And the next few white balance settings, fluor, are just for other artificial light sources like a warm white, cool white, day white, and so on and so on. Then you have flash. Flash is usually daylight as well because most flashes flash in daylight. Then you have auto white balance underwater, and then you can set manual white balance with Kelvin numbers, and can also set custom white balances, but those are pro features. Most of the people actually won't use it because they can set other white balance stuff or just use auto white balance. But with filming, as mentioned, it's important to sometimes set the white balance, but with raw photography, it's not that important. A great camera trick that even Hollywood uses, you can try with the white balance. Just set your white balance to tungsten, to that little light bulb. So everything is blue in the image, even though it's pure daylight now with sunshine. And now underexpose the image that it looks like it's in the evening or at night where it's a lot darker. And with that tweaked white balance, it looks bluish now, which gives you the impression that it's also night. So it looks like moonlight is shining here from behind, twilight situation. I'm now looking for Edward and turn into a werewolf and just photograph him, of course. This effect is called day to night, and you shoot at day because at night it's much more difficult to shoot with all the light and all the sensitivity, all the grain, all the noise and so on. That's why you shoot at day. But the downside is you cannot change it later. So once you set that wrong white balance, once you're underexposed, it's tough to bring it back if you don't shoot raw. But more about that later. That's actually what white balance is. No big mysteria. Most of the times, 99% of times, you can use just auto white balance, shoot in raw, and when there's a mistake, then solve it in raw, and that's what we will do in the next lesson. Your lesson for today is to turn your camera in raw, like I said, and try that different white balance modes for yourself. Set auto white balance, set shade, set daylight, set also tungsten or that light bulb mode, and see what you like best and how your camera works. And if you set something maybe in the past by accident where your white balance is tweaked more into green or into magenta. Wish you a lot of fun and see you in the next video. In this lesson we talk about the difference between RAW and JPEG format. And maybe you already photographed some images in the RAW format, maybe also in JPEG, maybe you also chose both. I will explain you when to choose what in this lesson as well. But first of all, I want to have a look on my computer here. This is why I have the whole setup here ready. On my computer I have one RAW file. With Sony cameras it's ARW, with Canon it's CR2, CR3, with other brands it's a different ending. But they all do the same, they all are a RAW format. And you can already see in the file size that it's much bigger to have a RAW photograph than to have a JPEG photograph. The JPEGs, for example, I have here are only 8 megabyte, 11 megabyte. It's the same resolution, the same camera that took the photo, but the RAW file is much bigger. In general, you can say with a RAW file, it's about 1 megabyte per megapixel. So in my case, I have here 62 megapixels, 66 megabyte, one photograph. So as you can imagine, when you take a lot of photos, that's a lot of storage you need when you shoot RAW. That's one thing to keep in mind, but of course, if you only have a 20 megapixel camera, it's around 24 megabyte per RAW file, so a third of what I have here, but it's a high megapixel camera. So, because the whole file has more data, is bigger, it also means there's more data and information in that file than in a JPEG file. This is the most simple thing to learn about the difference between RAW and JPEG. RAW has a lot of data and JPEG is compressed. And not only in file size, but it's literally compressed. So there's a lot of information just lost and not saved in the image compared to the RAW file where all of this information is stored. And what is now the advantage and the disadvantage? The advantage is that in that RAW file with a lot of information, you can now restore things that you might screw up when you took the photo. For example, the wrong white balance. For example, the exposure is not super correct. It's a bit overexposed, a bit underexposed. You can correct that later with a RAW file. Very easy. With a JPEG file, it's not that easy because you don't have access to that information. The file is just a lot smaller. And I have some examples here for you of the same image, one in JPEG, one in RAW, and one in JPEG with the wrong white balance. I'm here in Photoshop. This is now the image in JPEG in the correct white balance, correct exposure. It's a beautiful image, as you can see, of a Highland cow photographed in Scotland in rain when I was there filming and photographing. The same image with the wrong white balance. As you can see, it's totally blue, so it's tungsten, and usually you use tungsten in the evening with all those artificial yellow light bulb lights, and then the white balance looks normal. It looks like a normal white image because all the colors of the bulbs and stuff are yellow. Then you add blue, and blue and yellow together is then white in the white balance scheme. In general, if you haven't seen the white balance lesson, watch it. There I explain a lot, but to sum it up, you have yellow and blue and you have magenta and green, and this is kind of the color scheme and color spectrum you use for your image. And in this case now it's blue, so it's too blue obviously, and it's not what I want with this image. If it was a night shot, maybe, then it would be accurate, but I want more something like this, a normal shot. And I can actually edit this image in a RAW converter, and in Photoshop it's just the camera RAW filter. Now everything looks the same like when you open a RAW file. Also, if you use Lightroom or another program, it would look the same, also with a JPEG, but we now try to restore the white balance. So you see, it's blue, so what I can do, I add yellow. And when I add yellow now here with my slider, you see, okay, the blue goes away, it doesn't look too bad. It looks a bit greenish now, and here in the background still there's a lot of blue going on up here. And also you can see there is some edge visible because it's compressed, so it's not that good when you now change and shift the colors with the overall look of the image. When the image is green, I can add some magenta to make it look more natural, and as you can see on the Highland cow itself, it's not too bad, but here in the background it doesn't look good. It's now magenta in the background and also some bluish, greenish cast on the mountain and in the background. So it does not look that good. I can add some contrast, I can maybe reduce highlights, but in general also for exposure, I make it a bit darker and then you see a lot of the blue in the sky. I make it a bit brighter, and it's just not enough information to make it look beautiful, to restore all of that. I will just open it, click now on OK, and I have now the image here, and I will do now the same thing with my RAW file. And I will just drag the RAW file for that here onto my Photoshop. And as you see, the RAW file looks a lot different already when I just open it. It's flatty and it's also less contrast, less color, and not so bright. Why is it? Because it's RAW. The RAW file is just raw photograph. It's not processed at all. And a JPEG file is always processed by your camera because you have some style set in your camera, a picture style, like maybe landscape, vivid, portrait, natural, neutral, whatever you set in your camera. And this is added on the JPEG file. And this then is compressed in one final image. And it's edited actually by the camera. This is a JPEG. And the RAW file is not edited at all. It's just raw, like a raw steak. And now, just like a chef, you have to actually season it a little bit, to spice it a little bit up, to make it a bit more beautiful. But you actually can. It's not like convenient stuff you buy for your microwave or something, which is processed already. You can now, as your own chef, do it like your taste is. And I will just do it. I will make it a bit brighter. I will add some contrast. This is usually what I do with all images. Not always make it brighter, but contrast you always have to add. Then I can add some white. And then the most important thing is I can make my white balance however I want. If it's a blue image like this in RAW, I can just drag it all the way back to whatever I want. I even can choose here the white balance like I would choose it in my camera. So I can just go on auto, and now, because all the information is stored from the camera, it's auto. I can also choose daylight, which is exactly like the camera would choose daylight in that situation. I could use tungsten, and then you see the image is just as blue as the JPEG file with tungsten. And I can now just go back to daylight, and it looks beautiful. So it's not complicated, and it's possible. I add some vibrance, maybe some saturation, and now the image is actually done. I just open it. And when you now compare that image, the RAW file, to the tungsten, which I tried to adjust, which I tried to correct from tungsten to just neutral, you can say, it looks a lot different. This looks like some kind of retro visco filter on it, like a preset added because you wanted that retro look of a Polaroid, which is not properly with everything, all the colors. It can look interesting, but it's not accurate. This is how it should be. And you can change whatever you want in the RAW file. And same thing, this is the JPEG file in the correct white balance. And as you see, it looks different because the camera processed it different. And this is now how actually all the colors, natural with everything, look. And I can of course change it again. And this is the great thing about a RAW file. If I want to change a RAW file, I just drag the RAW file again on my computer. Now everything is again there. There's nothing changed, it's raw. So I can now make it even brighter, I can make it darker. You see how dark I can do it because of all that dynamic range in that camera. I can make it brighter, all the details are here in the image. And that compared to the JPEG file is just a lot of more information and possibilities you can do in editing. I can maybe make it a little bit flat if I want that flat look, that moody look which would fit to the image. I can do everything, but I have the possibility to restore everything, and I have a very good raw material. Just like raw food you buy at a supermarket or market or organically at some farm, I have now here my perfectly exposed RAW file. And I have all the possibilities in that RAW file. Of course, a RAW file is much bigger. And now comes the question, when do I use RAW and when do I use JPEG? I use always RAW because I always edit the images. But on the other way around, you always have to edit your images because as you have seen, I can now reset here everything, reset to default. The RAW file looks not as good when it's not processed and not edited as the JPEG file from the camera. This is the JPEG file. This is the RAW file without any editing. So when you just convert your RAW file into a JPEG without doing any editing, you lose so much of possibilities and so much of niceness actually, because your camera edited the images as a JPEG and you as a photographer said, no, I don't edit it because the camera has to make a good image and I photograph RAW and I don't edit my images. But you have to edit it. This is what I want to tell you. You have to edit it when you shoot RAW. So when you shoot RAW, always edit your images. When you don't want to edit your images, shoot JPEG. It's a much better choice then, but then you have less possibilities. And when one day, the day will come when you say, I want to start to edit my images, then it's better to actually have all the raw files from your maybe trips, vacations, travel journeys, whatever, your children. It's better to have than to need actually. Of course, you can do some stuff with the JPEG as well, but as a photographer with a big camera, with an expensive camera, I would actually say just shoot RAW. And if you are unsure, shoot JPEG and RAW. Then you have, of course, a lot more data, but if you one day need that RAW file, you actually have it. And if you don't have it, then you might be a little bit sad. But for my case, I always shoot in RAW, but I always edit my images. And it's not super complicated, it's actually quite fast. And usually I don't take every image at all, and I don't edit every image I took. I choose before what images to edit. But this I teach you in my edit course where I teach everything about image editing and the workflows and how to edit very fast. So if you are interested, check it out on my website or maybe here on my YouTube channel as well. And I have a task for you now, some homework to do. You take your camera and you set your camera now on RAW and JPEG simultaneously. And then you set your camera in the wrong white balance. Let's say it's daylight, you set it to tungsten. And then you just go out and take an image. And then you set your camera to daylight, maybe when it's daylight, so the right white balance, and you just set auto and take the same image or similar image again. And then you take all of that stuff on your computer and then you compare the RAW file and the JPEG file. You do exactly what I did now. Try to restore the wrong white balance JPEG style. Try to restore the wrong white balance RAW file and also maybe make a wrong exposure. So make a little bit underexposed image, a little bit overexposed image, and just play with it in your image editing program of your choice. You will be amazed how much information you will have in that RAW file. I wish you a lot of fun and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we talk about the metering modes and why they are very important for your auto photography. In manual mode they are okay important but not super important because you will do a lot with eyesight as well. So let me explain. We have 3 different meter modes in most cameras. Some cameras might even have more, but those are the most common. And actually you I would say only need one in today's cameras. I don't know why there are any more options, because in most of the cases you don't need more than one option. And that's what I can tell you now. At first, the most important metering mode and what you should always have turned on is the multi-mode. And this is the one with the most things inside visible. And then there are 2 other options next to multi-mode. And you can access it here at the Sony camera pressing FN. With Canon cameras it will be Q, or with Nikon cameras it will be I. Usually the button, just press it and then you see that square with some symbols inside. And that means metering mode. And it also tells it. I now, as mentioned, have the multi-mode on and you can use it in 99% of times. And it means that it meters all of the image. So what is metering actually? Metering is like the zero game. The camera wants to know what to take care of. More the center of the image, more the overall image, or maybe only one spot. And this is actually what the 3 different metering modes are. You can choose between those 3 options. But most of the times you want, of course, to meter all of the image, because all of the image is visible. It's not like only one part of the image is visible. And that's the thing, most of the time all of the image is visible. So there's not much need anymore to meter on one specific point, because you see what you get before you take the image. With film times, so like 20-30 years ago, that was different, because you had to meter very accurate before you take the image, because you had to develop the image. But now with digital cameras, it's much easier. You see what you get before you take the image, and even if you don't see it, you take the image and then you see what you got, so you can adjust later. So it's not that important anymore. But for the zero game and for auto modes, it's important that you set the right mode, and I would say 99% multi-mode. But let's just see what makes the difference. I have now here, for example, that hotel again, and the hotel is white. We have a sunny day, and now the camera settings, I'm here now in manual mode. I just play the zero game now. I adjust my aperture to 10, f10, and now I play the zero game. And now I come to 1/640th of a second. It says that is good exposure, and this is the exposure. And I'm standing here at sunlight, at the exact same position where I photographed that white hotel, and I now go here to the ground. Usually you would say, well, it's also in the sun. You stand at the same position, light has not changed. Why should the camera settings change? And I take the photo, and yeah, it's not art, but it's a well-exposed photo. It's a dark floor, lava rocks here, but the camera is saying something different. It's saying -2, blinking, so totally underexposed. Why is it saying that? Because it's metering. Because it's metering that dark surface, lava rocks here on the ground. And because they are dark, the camera says it's too dark. Make it brighter. Now comes your photography and your skills and your taste into play. And that's why I prefer manual mode most of the times, because I just set the settings once, like with the hotel here in the light scenario, and then I just take the settings and maybe make slight adjustments, but that's it. But now when I would shoot auto mode, let's test it, I go to P again and photograph the same situation. So the hotel is now f8 and a fast shutter speed. And now I go on the ground and it makes a pretty bright image. It does not look bad, but it changed the aperture to f4.5 and it made a slower shutter speed. So a lot of adjustments were made and I don't have the same brightness anymore. It's much brighter here because of that dark surface. And it's the same when you photograph snow. Snow is very bright, and that's why a lot of times snow pictures are underexposed. So they are too dark and the snow looks grayish, too dark, maybe faces look too dark when you photograph in snow and so on. Because the camera does not know. It will only meter on what it sees. Or when you photograph at night, beautiful stars, then it might be too bright as well. Or you might even use a flash because the camera meters, and that's when you see usually people have auto mode or something on, because then the flash pops out and just brings in the flash because it says it's too dark, I have to make it brighter. But maybe you don't want to. Maybe you want that moody situation. Maybe you want to play with shadow and light. Then you have to adjust it manually, or at least use a half automatic mode and then adjust it with the compensation, like I told you already. So yeah, that's it. So let's see what the other metering modes do. I will go now in manual mode again. Meter here on the hotel, F10. And I have now the multi-mode on. You can use it 99% of times, but now I change it. I change it now to center to see how the settings change. And now it tells me, well, actually, you're a bit too bright. So you can make it even a bit darker because it goes there on the white only, because the hotel now is in center. It's centered on the white. So it tells me, go even darker. It's too bright. That's the same like in snow. But when I would do the same here on the ground, it would say, oh man, you're too dark, way too dark, because it's only metering on the black lava rocks. And now I have another option, and it's the spot meter, and spot is only 1 point. With some cameras you can actually use it on your focus spot, which is useful. With most cameras not. With most cameras it's exactly in the middle 1 point, and you can use it to meter just one spot. And it can be helpful maybe in that 1% of photography things you want to do when you want to meter on, let's say, skin, and you have a person standing like me now in the light, and you have shadow all around. You have maybe like a window where the light is coming through, only you want it on the face of the person, and the rest should be totally dark. Then you can maybe meter on the face of the person with spot mode. But that's it. All of the other times, and maybe also in this situation, you could just use your eye and say, yeah, I just use multi-metering, and then I just look at the image and then I say it's too bright, I make it darker, that only the face looks good. Or I underexpose on purpose and go on -2, even though the camera says it's too dark, but it looks beautiful. So the zero game should always be for you only a helper, only one thing you can look at it, but you don't have to be super accurate to always stay on the 0. When your eye says, or your taste tells you, it's better on -2, go -2. Don't care about the 0, go whatever looks best. And that's the great thing about digital photography, because you can actually do that. Because you can take as many photos as you want, you see the image before you take it with modern cameras, and as well, after you took the image, you can just look at it and say, too bright, too dark, I don't even need that 0 game anymore. But yeah, 0 game is a very good helper, and those metering modes in general are good, but I would say most of the times, 99%, multi-metering is totally fine. And here the hotel is a pretty good example, because the middle is completely white, like with snow, but the rest is more dark, you have a blue sky, and when I now have multi on, it will meter on the white hotel, but as well on the blue sky and on the dark lava rocks here in the foreground. And it will give some compensation between all of those things you see in an image. And that's what I, as a photographer, usually want. But when I put it now on center, it will center meter more of the white hotel, not the pure white. There are some windows, there are some green trees and so on. So it's more centered, not maybe the lava rocks, but more centered. That's why it tells me now in the camera, you have to make it a bit darker. It's too bright, plus it's too bright. And when I now put spot on, and depending where I spot it to, that little circle there in the camera, it will tell me you are way too dark. You have to make it brighter, or you way too bright. You have to make it darker. When I, for example, go here on that dark rocks. And I think this hotel explains it pretty well with that white surface, how to use the metering and how to not use the metering. Well, it's good to know that this white is super white, and then when I want to have it exposed correctly, let's say, I have to make it darker. But for the overall image, I would always, or 99% at least, of times use multi-mode. So my exercise for you is to check out those 3 modes, to use those 3 modes and see how different they will give you the numbers. And it actually makes a big difference when you have auto mode on, because auto mode always meters. So when you have spot mode on by accident, because you once changed it, because in one YouTube video you heard, oh, spot metering is the best, always use spot metering. But then you take a lot of photos in different scenarios and you see, well, every photo is slightly underexposed or maybe even overexposed. It does not look that good. It might be because the wrong metering is on. So use multi most of the times. Make your own experiences with this exercise and try it out and see what metering makes most sense for your photography. All right, that's it for this lesson. You know how to meter now, and I see you in the next lesson.
These 3-in-1 photography gloves consist of 2 parts. An outer shell with warm insulation suitable for temperatures as low as -20 degrees Celsius, and an inner glove made of a soft shell neoprene blend that is water resistant on top. Both can be worn together for extra warmth, with the outer glove featuring a YKK zipper that can be opened for quick camera access. Magnets hold the outer glove back securely. The inner glove is rubberized for touch functionality and improved grip on the camera. For me, these are the perfect gloves for photography in cold temperatures. Try them for yourself at www.hawkland.de.
Hawkland. Photographer's clothing.
In the next lessons, we talk about composition. And what that means is how I set up an image by moving myself or moving the camera. And it makes a huge difference if you move 1 centimeter to the left or 1 centimeter to the right, 1 centimeter up or 1 down in the image, because maybe the subject or the object that you are photographing is then in the left corner or in the right corner of the image. And a great helper that I always use for photography and as well for filmmaking is the so-called rule of thirds. And you can turn on a grid that shows you the rule of thirds, or actually the grid for the rule of thirds in your camera. And I'll show you now how this works. To activate the grids, you have to go on the menu, then you search for grid line, And then you have different options, and we choose the rule of thirds grid because most of the cameras and also smartphones have that grid. And what it means, you have two horizontal lines and you have two vertical lines. And we will, for the first lesson, now mainly use those lines and not the crossing points. Later we will use as well the 4 crossing points where the lines meet. As you might hear in the background, the palms are shaking heavy because it is super windy today, and we tried to film at the exact location where we did some screen recording where I can show perfectly the composition, but it was not possible because the wind was so strong. So we're standing at a different position now, and I will explain you what you will see now on the screen of my camera, what I photographed already and how you can use that grid. Again, this grid is available with most cameras and as well with almost every smartphone I know, so you can use it when you photograph with a smartphone or with a real camera, and as well for filming we use it as well. Let's start with the 2 vertical lines. So when I find something I want to photograph, I try not to position something in the center or just random somewhere in the image. I try to look for those helper lines. And it's important to see them as helping lines and not as you have to use those lines. When you not use those lines, it's a bad composition or something. This is bull, but you can use them as a great helper. And first I use now the vertical lines. So the 2 vertical lines, and when I have something that is very interesting I want to photograph, like this church here in the background, but from another position photographed, more from the distance, I can now position the church, the white church, on that mountain on the right side, or I can position it on the left side of those vertical lines. So you can choose what you like better. Sometimes I shoot both. So first right side vertical line, second left side vertical line, and then I see what I like better. And not only the vertical lines you can use, but also the horizontal lines, of course. And this is where the name rule of thirds comes from, because you have, of course, the thirds you can work with in the composition. And I use now the horizontal lines to set up my image, to compose my image. And mainly I use it for the horizontal lines. So not only the horizontal grid lines itself, but also the horizontal line in my image. So I try now to put the horizon not in the middle of the image, but in the upper third or lower third, and usually this is exactly the horizontal line of the 3x3 grid. So first I start with the top. So now the horizon where the church sits on is on the top horizontal line of my rule of thirds grid, and now it is on the bottom of my horizontal line. And you see I have now 2/3 of sky and 1/3 of foreground or of land, you can say. And you can also use your finger for that. Usually it's exactly the size of the fingers that fit on the screen. So 2 fingers on the screen now is the sky and 1 finger is the foreground. Or you can do it the other way around. 2 fingers foreground or land and 1 finger sky. So 2/3, 1/3 and the other way around. And this is why it's usually called rule of thirds. And in landscape photography I use it a lot of time, but you can use it for almost every kind of photography to compose the image. Okay, that's it for this lesson. Let's go over to a more advanced technique. And your exercise for today, of course, is to try out this rule of thirds, to activate it in your camera and as well directly in your smartphone. Then you can use it for snapshots as well. And try to set the horizontal line, look for a straight horizon somewhere, and try to put 1/3 of sky, 2/3 of land, and the other way around, 2/3 of sky and 1/3 of land. Wish you a lot of fun and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, we talk about composition in a more advanced way. In the past session, we talked about the rule of thirds and the grid and how to set the horizon, 2/3 maybe of foreground, 1/3 of sky, and the other way around. We also used the vertical lines to put something more in the right or more in the left of an image. And now we try to use the crossing points, because you have the horizontal lines, 2 of them, 2 vertical lines, and they have 4 crossing points. And I usually try to put something on that crossing points when I photograph. And what I mean by I put something is that I try to move myself and the camera to the exact position where this happens. Sometimes you have to go to the front, to the back, up, down, left, right to make this happen. And as just mentioned before, 1 centimeter can lead to a total different composition and a total different framing. So you have to be very accurate with this, and this is actually what I think what photography is about. So setting everything in the camera and all the technical stuff is one thing, but this is the creative stuff and the more, for my personal taste, the fun stuff. Okay, so we have those lines, we have those crossing points. And what I did now with that church here, I tried to put the church in the right bottom crossing point at first, then at the top right crossing point, then at the left top crossing point, and in the left bottom crossing point. And you see how the composition changes and how the view changes. And now it's totally up to your taste what you like best. You can use the same technique when you photograph portraits. When I photograph a person, for example, in landscape mode, I try to position the person on the right or left vertical line. And usually the eye or something in the face, maybe here in between the eyes, is then on that exact top crossing point of the vertical and horizontal line, or the opposite way around. Usually it's not the bottom crossing point, because then you have a lot of sky and not that much of the face in the image. You can do it as well when you use your portrait mode, when you photograph a person, but then I would not use the vertical lines, but then I would use the horizontal line and try to put the horizontal line somewhere where the eyes maybe are. So it's a huge helper in no matter what genre you photograph. And you can of course use those lines as well to level your image. When you don't have a leveler in your camera, you can use that to straighten your horizon line. And when you use those crossing points, you can of course as well use the usual rule of thirds, where you have the 1/3 of sky, 2/3 of foreground, for example, but then you put the church right top crossing point or left top crossing point, or maybe even in the middle. That's what you can do as well. That sometimes looks interesting as well. And an even more advanced technique is now to use the top crossing points and the bottom crossing points to put something interesting there, to fill the image, I always call it. So let's imagine you have that church. So this is my background, and the horizontal top line is my horizontal line. The church is somewhere above it, maybe in the middle, maybe right, maybe left on the crossing point. And now I look for something in the foreground. This is more of a landscape technique I use, but you look now for something in the foreground and you try now to fill that foreground left crossing point or right bottom crossing point with maybe a plant, a beautiful flower, a rock, or something of interest. And then the image is more filled and more interesting to look at, and also you can look through the image. So you have something in the foreground happening, you have something in the background happening, and it's very interesting to watch it. More interesting than just have something in the image randomly set. The more and more you use that technique, and the more and more your eyes get used to this grid, the more you will just do it without even thinking about it. I sometimes use it like a reticle from a gun or something, or from a rifle, like a sniper would aim at something. I aim at something I want to photograph, and I set my frame like this. It's very useful. I find it personally very easy. You have to, of course, practice it, but it will improve your images a lot. You can actually use the grid as well to do the total opposite, to place something exactly at the middle. Because this is usually what most beginners do, because they have the focus point right in the middle. That's why they focus always in the middle and put something always in the middle. And you can use the grid as well to do exactly this, or you can use the grid to put something in the middle, but at the bottom horizontal line or in the middle at the top horizontal line. So you have a lot of freedom, but it's very nice to fill the image. Maybe you heard about the golden ratio or golden spiral, and actually those crossing points you have with the rule of thirds grid is where the spiral is at the end. So whenever you want to place something in that golden ratio scheme, you can just use the crossing points as well. It's not exactly, but almost at this point, and I use it a lot of times. You can use the grid lines also as a safety zone. Sometimes I use it like this, because when you have something outside those grid lines, then it is in a dangerous area. Because when it's too much at the right or left side of the image, or too much in the top or bottom, it can be when the image is not leveled right and you want to straighten it later in an image editing program, that you cut something important off. And this cannot happen when at least it is close to that safety zone. The last photo I took here with this church is even a more advanced technique, because I combined everything. And I positioned myself for that on the road. Of course, safety first. There were no cars around, nobody except of us. And I framed my image in a way that I had the road going right to the front of my image, over the two bottom crossing points. And then on the top left crossing point was a curve of the road. And on the right top crossing point was the church itself. And as well, I had the top horizontal line for the horizon. So 1/3 of sky, 2/3 of foreground, because the foreground is more interesting. That as well, of course, you have to balance always in a way what is more interesting. When the foreground is more interesting, give the foreground more space. When the sky is more interesting, give the sky more space. Yeah, that's it. You cannot always do it in this way, but when I can, I'm always very happy. So try to use the grid. This is your exercise now with the crossing points. Try to find something, maybe it's just a pole somewhere standing, maybe something like a windmill or wind wheel, maybe it's just a car at a parking lot, and you try to photograph now the car in 4 different positions: left bottom crossing point, right bottom crossing point, top right crossing point, and left top crossing point. And also use the horizontal lines to put it maybe the horizon 1/3 of land, 2/3 of sky, or the opposite way around. You will see you have now 8 different options to choose from when you photograph. Wish you a lot of fun, and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson, I talk about the different drive modes in your camera. And there are actually 3 of them that are super useful, and some minor ones that you can use from time to time. Let's hop in the camera. You activate the drive modes when you click on that little button here at 9 o'clock. And then the first one is single shooting. And this is the one you will probably use the most. It just means you click, you focus, you take a photo. That's it. Then you have another drive mode. Just click on it again. And now 1 down. Continuous shooting, and you can choose between low, high or high plus. And this is now the so-called burst mode. The camera does now continuous shooting, which means it takes a lot of images after each other. And this is especially great for wildlife photography, sports photography, or any other topic where you want to take many photos after each other and want to capture the right moment. So let's see what it does. I focus, and now, crazy, isn't it? So many photos. Depending on what format you shoot, RAW or JPEG, or even both RAW and JPEG, it might take some time to buffer. You cannot shoot like 1,000 photos after each other, but depending on the camera model, you can shoot a lot or not that many. Usually when I photograph like this. So not everything in a row, but with breaks in between, and then the camera has also time to buffer. The low, high and high plus settings you can switch to just choose how many photos you want to take. There is no actual number that is displayed here, but there's a max number your camera can do in RAW, a max number in JPEG, and it's also a little bit depending on the SD card you're using. When you have a fast SD card, you can shoot more. With a not so fast SD card, you can shoot less. Just try it out for yourself. But in general, it means high plus, a lot of images, low, not that many images, but still more than only one. The next setting we have is self-timer, single, 2 seconds. And this is a super helpful camera setting that I use when I photograph landscapes. You might wonder yourself why to take 2 seconds of self-timer for landscape photography, and I use it most of the times, and I already used it as well here in this course, maybe you recognized it, when I don't want to shake on my camera. For example, when I want to take a longer exposure. In these 2 seconds, the camera has time to just be stable. Because when I not use the 2 second self-timer, I might press it, and in exact that moment when I press, I shake on the camera and then the image is blurry. But here I press, 2 seconds time, the camera is stable, the image is taken. Of course, I cannot take the exact moment I want to because I have always to wait 2 seconds, but I can use a super useful trick at seascapes. So when I want to try to take photos at the sea, or when I want to take photos of a waterfall or creek and it's spraying a lot, then I can just use a microfiber cloth like I have here in my nice Hawkland hoodie for photographers, and I can just have it here in front and protect the lens from the ocean spray. And then I have to focus first because otherwise it won't work. Then I focus, then I have it here in front. Usually I use manual focus, not autofocus. So no spray can now come on the lens. Now I press and then I pull it off when the 2 seconds are almost over. It needs some time to practice, but it's super useful when you want to avoid some splashes or dots or just general ocean spray on your lens. In the mode of the 2 second self-timer, you can also switch the time. You can change it from 2 seconds to 5 seconds or even to 10 seconds, which is super useful when you want to make a selfie, maybe. Yeah? You are in a great landscape and you want to take a selfie. Then you just press the self-timer. Now the 10 seconds are just running. I walk there. Selfie time. And this is great if you want to make a group photo or photo of yourself somewhere and you don't have anyone with you who can take the photo. But there's even a better mode if you want to take group photos, because when you have a group of people, there might be one person that has the eyes closed when you take the photo. And this is always not so good. So what you can do, you go one more down and choose self-timer, 10 seconds or another time, 5 seconds, 2 seconds and so on. And you can choose how many images the camera should take. In this case now 5 images, 10 seconds. So let's try it again. 5 images now after each other. Yeah! So if there's any person that is blinking, you have 5 images and maybe on the 5th image the eyes are open. Those 4 modes and especially the first 3 modes are super useful, and now there are some other modes that I quickly explain, but most of the people won't use them anyway when they start with photography. One is bracketing with exposures. That means that your camera automatically takes several shots and each shot has a different brightness. So one is dark, one is exposed on 0, played the 0 game, and one is +1, so a bit brighter. And you can do the same with white balance. I have no idea why anybody should do bracketing with white balance, but it's there in the camera. And then you have a DRO bracketing option. I have no idea what that means, to be honest, because DRO is usually only with JPEG images. But maybe you can do now bracketing in DRO as well. I don't know, I turn it always off because it's only on the JPEG, not on the RAW, and it just gives you some more brightness in the dark areas, but only on the JPEG. When you photograph RAW, it does not have any influence on your image. With my main camera that I use, I also have focus bracketing, which is quite useful for focus stacking, but also this is a pro feature and this camera does not have it, and I don't think that your camera will have it. That means then that it does several photos after each other, all on a different area focused. One on 2 meters, infinity, 1 meter, 0.5 and so on. And then you can stack it in post-processing over each other. But for most people, the first 3 are the most important, and especially the 2-second self-timer I use a lot for landscape shots, and the burst mode I use a lot for wildlife photography and for action shots when I want to take many photos of one thing that is moving and I want just the right moment to be captured on camera. My exercise for you is to try out those different drive modes, especially the first 3. Try out a selfie, try out the 2-second self-timer, try out the burst mode, and try to count how many images your camera can shoot in 1 second. And if you cannot count that fast, look at it later at the computer and just count then the images you took. I wish you a lot of fun and see you in the next lesson. In this lesson we talk about autofocus, when to use what focus mode and how to actually set the right focus in your image, and also what mistakes you can do when you use the autofocus. Let's start with a simple experiment. I now here have my frame set in a way that I have a foreground this here, a middle ground there, and a background there, only on the subject. So I have different layers, like when you have several people maybe you want to photograph and one person should be in focus and the other person should maybe not be in focus, or different animals, or there's maybe a bush, an animal and another bush in the background. And also there's something very far in the distance here, but that will be always out of focus. And I now have the camera on. I am in manual mode, but it doesn't really matter in what mode you are. And I just set the exposure that it looks good. I open the aperture a lot, make it suitable to your situation. So when you can, use the max open aperture. I, in my case, can now not use it because it's too bright, pure daylight, so it would not work to use the maximum open aperture. But I take, for example, now f2.8, which is also quite open. And why that? Because I want a lot of blurriness, or in other words, a small depth of field, that I can demonstrate the focus very good here for you. When you set back your camera to default settings, or when you buy a new camera, usually the AFA mode is on. And that means auto focus automatic. And that means it chooses automatically between AFS and AFC. And I explain only the 2 modes because, as mentioned, the A mode means it switches automatically between the both. So I go first now into AFS. And AFS means AF single. And what that means, I press halfway through to focus, and then it focuses. That's it. And when I keep it pressed halfway through, then it always keeps the focus on that exact same spot. And I can even move my camera around. Right now I'm on the tripod, but I could move my camera around and it would always stay on that same distance. It would not track it, it would stay on the distance. Let's say I focus now here, autofocus, and this is maybe now 30 centimeters here away, then it will always stay on that 30 centimeters. And when I go 1 meter away, it will be out of focus because it stays on 30 centimeters. That is AFS. And the other mode we have is AFC. And AFC means continuous, C for continuous. And that means the focus is tracking. Actually, the camera is tracking the motive. And the more modern your camera is, the better the tracking works. We now, for example, here film with AFC, face detection, tracking, so it always keeps the focus on my face, or at least should keep the focus. Sometimes it does not work, but in most of the cases with modern cameras, that works pretty well and is pretty amazing compared to older cameras. But what it means now here in this scenario is that when I press halfway through, you don't hear that beep. So sometimes when you don't hear that beep and think, oh, I do something wrong, then you maybe have AFC on, because then it does not do did it, like with AFS. Because the focus is constantly tracking. And like I said before, when I would focus now, press halfway through and keep it halfway pressed through, and I move, it will stay on that focus point that I have and keeps tracking. So let's say this is 30 centimeters away, and when I move away, it will track that. It will track my motion, or it will track the motion of the subject when the subject is moving, like a person, an animal, or whatever you photograph that is moving. So in simple terms, you can say AFC is for moving objects and AFS is for standing objects. You can remember that then very easy. So S for standing, C for moving. Not that simple, but you can just remember. C continuous, S single shot. And yeah, those are the main two autofocus modes you use. And I personally use AFS most of the times when I do portrait shots, when I do a shot like this now, whenever I use autofocus of something that is not moving that much. Or in a studio situation, for example, I would use AFS as well. And for everything that is moving, like kids or sports or animals, then I use AFC mode, that it is tracking the motion. AFA, as mentioned, is a mix between the both, so the camera chooses automatically if it takes AFS or AFC. And as you can imagine, a lot of times the camera is wrong, because how should the camera know what I want to photograph? For example, if I would have a little bug here walking and the bug is just slightly walking, but I want it to be tracked, and the camera will say, I don't see that bug, I see only there the leaves. So I choose AFS. And in other situations, I maybe want it not to track, and the camera says, no, now something is moving and I want it to be tracked. So I would always recommend you to choose between S and C and throw that A mode out of the camera and not use it. And then there are two other modes in the camera. One is DMF here with this camera model, and one is MF. MF stands for manual focus, and DMF is a mix between autofocus and manual focus. I don't use DMF at all. You can throw that out as well. The only important thing is MF. And for MF, manual focus, I have a whole other lesson that is following this lesson here. But for now, let's keep on focusing on the different autofocus modes. So we not only can choose between AFS and AFC, but we can also choose between different focus areas. And this is quite important if you use the autofocus. And there are a lot of settings in the camera. A lot of settings are unnecessary in my opinion, but some are pretty useful. And I will just go through the different settings and tell in short what it's for and if it's useful or not. So the first thing is wide. And wide means you have a wide area of focus points, and it will choose in that wide area whatever the camera thinks is important and you want to focus. And we can try it with this thing that I'm photographing here, if it's working or if it's not working. So I have now wide on and it focuses on the front here. So now the foreground is in focus, even though maybe the background is more interesting, but how should the camera know? It's just on wide. The next one is zone. And zone is not wide anymore, but a little bit more focused, a little bit more compressed. And you can move that zone around. So I can say now, don't use the foreground zone, for example, because that leaf here in the foreground is in the bottom area of my image. So you can say in the lower third. And maybe I want more of the upper third to be in focus, so I can move that area more to the top if I want it to be in focus, focus, and bam. What I want, now the background of that plant here is in focus. Or I can move it more to the foreground, and the foreground is in focus. So you can see that mode is a lot more accurate than just the wide mode. The next one is center. And center is a little bit like spot metering, you could say. I don't know who uses it. It always means everything in center of my image should be in focus. But that also means that always your subject is in center. And everything that you photograph is in center. And that can be interesting if you shoot like a whole series where everything is centered and then put it next to each other. Otherwise, it's just boring to have everything in center. So when I focus now, it focuses just right into the center, but maybe there is nothing in my image now here right in the center. So yeah, you can use that, but personally I would throw it out. Next thing is quite interesting. It's the flexible spot. And the flexible spot you can choose between with this camera model L, M and S. And depending what you choose in size, it is more small or bigger. And you can move that thing around. And with modern mirrorless cameras, you can move it around in the whole image. With older DSLR cameras, you can only move it around in a certain area. Then you have some focus points in the middle, and there you can usually move it around. Now in the mirrorless camera, I can move it everywhere. So I can move it all to the right, focus. I can move it all to the bottom here and focus, or I can move it all to the back here and focus. And this is very, very accurate. But as you see, you have to work a little bit. So you have to really move it around. With a lot of cameras, you can use it with touch, or with pro cameras, you have a little joystick, you can move that thing around. When you photograph more professional, you usually don't take your camera off your eye that often, like I do here now in the course to explain it better. But usually I have the camera always on my eye. And then it's very helpful to just have your little thumb, chick, 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 move that point around wherever you need it. Then sometimes bring it more on the right side, on the left side, and so on. And yeah, this is actually what it's for. Then you have another mode that this camera has, and it's called Expand Flexible Spot. And it's actually there for AFC. So you have a spot and you have an area around it, and whenever AFC, so the tracking, is on, it will move a little bit to the front and to the back in this area and around it. So it's quite helpful for sports or for wildlife, or also sometimes for people photography, when you have an eye and want the eye to be in focus, and then the tracking goes a little bit around it. So it's not only one spot, but a little bit around it. So you can say it kind of scans the area. So not only the point, but also the area a little bit around it, depending on where you put it. And then with this camera, there's a special feature. It's called Tracking Expand Flexible Spot. And this is only for continuous focus. And that means when you have a subject, let's say on the left side, and you focus on it and you want to track it, and it moves from left to right through your image, then it keeps the focus tracking on the movement. And with more modern cameras than this, it's not that useful anymore, because with face detection, it's tracking anyway. So when you have face detection on, then even if the person or even animal or insect they have now, or train or plane or car they have in the most modern cameras now, then it's tracking that as well. So I don't think that this option is in a lot of cameras. So you know what it does now in theory, but I don't know if you have it in your camera. Honestly, sometimes it's just too much options you have in your camera. I would say the most important is the field you can move around, because then you can say it's more in the top part of the image, more in the bottom part of the image, left or right. And then you have your flexible spot you move around, and the rest of options you don't actually need. It's good to have, but most people don't need it. It's like maybe 1% of person will ever use that mode because they find it useful, and the rest says, oh, I'm fine with that normal flexible spot and maybe the area around it when I need some tracking. And most cameras today also have face detection. More modern cameras have eye detection, and honestly, for most of the times, that's totally fine to just use that, because then it switches automatically between a spot where you have set it and then the face. And when the face is moving a little bit to the left, then it auto detects the face moving to the left and just keeps the focus on the left side. So the more and more advanced cameras get and modern cameras get, the more and more those features here are not really necessary anymore. So you might ask yourself, what mode do I use most of the times? And it's totally depending. For landscapes, I usually use manual focus. For portrait shots, I usually use nowadays eye detection or face detection. And if I don't have that option available, I usually use that flexible spot, move it around wherever I need it. If I'm in portrait mode, more to the top. If I'm in landscape mode, depending where the subject is, maybe to the left, maybe to the right. Use with that also some composition rules I will teach you later. And this is the way I would use it. What is always important, and what always my driving instructor when I made my driving license said to me, you drive the car and not the car drives you. And it's the same with the autofocus. You control the camera and you should not let the camera control you. So don't set it only on wide and maybe AFC all the time, and then you're wondering, why is always the background in focus and never the person? Why can I not focus right? The focus of this camera is so bad. No, the focus of the camera is not bad. It's maybe you not using the camera or the autofocus correct. But I think with this lesson now, a lot of things should be clear. Your exercise for today is to try out that different focus modes on different things you photograph. Maybe you have a dog, maybe you have a child, a wife, a husband, whatever you can photograph. Try it out, or just look for a beautiful plant, beautiful flower. You can test the autofocus features. Use AFC, AFS, and then the different modes. Try to find out which button to press, where to bring them around. Also look if you have touch and can move that point around then, and focus on different parts of an image. Some a little bit in the foreground, a little bit in the background, and then you will be really a master in autofocus.
Do you want to know my favorite jacket for photographers? Hi, I'm Christoph, a professional photographer from Germany. And this is a new outdoor jacket for photographers by Hochland. Not only does it look amazing, it also has a microfiber cloth inside the sleeve pocket. So no dirty lenses anymore. It's very waterproof, lightweight, and you can just throw it over. There's a lot of space. In 2 big belly pockets, you can store all the equipment you need close to your body. With this jacket, I'm super prepared for all my outdoor adventures, no matter what the weather looks like. There's also a fleece hoodie, so if it gets colder, you can just wear it underneath. This is my favorite jacket for photographers.
Now on sale, discontinued and off-season items up to 60% off at www.hochland.us.
Hochland. Photographer's clothing.
In this lesson, I will teach you how the manual focus works and how easy it is to use the manual focus in your camera. And the more you learn how to use the manual focus, the more often you will actually use it and find it as well useful, because it is the most accurate way to focus, especially when it's dark, for example, a dark light situation, or you want to do macro photography maybe. So when you really have to control the focus, then you would use manual focus. And for myself, I use manual focus mostly in landscape photography. 99.9999% of all my landscape photos are with manual focus, because you need it for ND filters, for longer exposures, and in a lot of situations actually in landscape photography. That's why I use it, and I will teach you 3 ways now how you can very easily use your manual focus. The first thing you will have to do to use your manual focus is, of course, to turn it on. So we go on FN here, on the FN button, or Q on a Canon camera, or I with the Nikon camera, and I go on the autofocus, AF, AFA, AFS, AFC mode, and then all the way to the bottom, MF. This means manual focus. With some lenses you have to turn it on here on the side of the lens, so just push it on MF. When you now turn here on the front, this is the focus with most lenses. Sometimes some lenses have the focus here on the back as well, but usually it's the front part here. And even with some lenses, it's all the way in the front here. So you have to actually turn the lens in the front, or when you have a lens hood on the lens hood. But yeah, with my lens here, I just have to turn here. And now the focus wanders from back to front, front to back, wherever I want to focus on. And you can go now in the menu and turn something annoying off with Sony cameras. If you have a Sony camera, go in the menu and go on MF Assist. And what it does, when you turn that thing here on the front, your focus wheel, then it always zooms in, always. And it's so annoying because it always zooms on one specific point, and usually it's not that point that you want to focus. So turn that off, and then you will see it's like with every other camera brand. You just focus and it focuses, and you don't zoom in. When you want to zoom in, you can do that with the focus magnifier, and I will show you in just a second how that works, but we don't want it on auto to be zoomed in all the time when I just hit it a little bit here in the front. And when I now turn it, you see something here on the bottom with this camera. With some other cameras, you can also see it. With some other cameras, you see it only on the lens. And with some other cameras, again, you don't see it at all. But when you have it, it's a great thing to have. It's called the scale, the focus scale. With some old cameras, like my 10-year-old camera, I don't have it in the camera, but here on the lens in an actual scale, no digital scale, but an actual scale, and there you have distances. And the distances you have in feet and in meters. I'm not that familiar with feet scale, but when you are from the US, you are. Here in my case, it's now in meters. So it's very simple to understand. And when you used film, and when you maybe tried out for yourself film photography with a very old camera, you may be focused only by scale, by only guessing, estimating what distance you focus on. And this is actually how you can use your manual focus. So you estimate now, well, it's maybe half a meter away, so I focus on half a meter. Well, I want to focus on my camera guy here that is filming. He's maybe 1.5 meters away. So I focus on 1.5 meters here. And the scale is telling you exactly this. It's telling you on what distance you are focusing. And in landscape photography, there's a very simple trick, and that's why I usually use the manual focus. I focus until infinity. And what that means, I will tell you in just a second. I turn here with the Sony camera. It's now focused on 6 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters, blah, 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 until the numbers end and the line 8, the infinity sign is visible. And with Sony cameras, this is the point where you don't turn any further. Numbers until infinity. You can turn more, and it still says it's infinity, but it's not. I can tell you from my experience, because then it's blurry again. So go on the first infinity sign you see after the numbers when you have a Sony camera. And then there's some special things, like with some Canon lenses, you have to go line on your lens here in the front. With some cameras, you can go in the middle of the line 8 when you have a scale on the lens. But you have to find out with your own system, with your own camera lens, in the exercise later, how it works for you. And it's only one way you can use. In landscape photography, this is the way I usually focus. And for example, when I do an advanced technique like focus stacking, I would do exactly the same. I would go on a close distance, maybe 1.5, then on 1 meter, and then on infinity, for example, with a wide angle lens. So that's one way. Go with the scale. For stars maybe, this is very interesting because stars usually are also focused on infinity. Okay, the second option is the focus peaking. And focus peaking I use a lot of times for portrait, for wildlife. I used it a lot when I started with mirrorless cameras, like with the first Sony A7R or 7 without any number or letter next to it. I used focus peaking a lot because I adapted my old lenses from Canon to the Sony system. Today it's much more modern and so on. You can use focus peaking still when you have a manual lens, and I show you how it works. It's very cool and very simple, and also for filming you can use it a lot. So I just go in the menu, go to peaking settings, and then go on peaking display, on, because I want it to be displayed. Then I go to peaking level. Peaking level should be high. I don't want it to be low. And then I can choose the peaking color. With some older cameras, you can only choose between red, yellow, and white. Then I would go for yellow. And with more modern cameras, you can also choose blue, depending on what brand, of course, you use. You can maybe also choose blue, and that's what I would choose. Because usually in portrait photography or wildlife photography, blue is not that common, and also yellow is not that common. But red, lips are for example red, sometimes some other stuff is red, is more common, and white is the worst thing to use for focus peaking actually, in my opinion, because white is a lot. You have white in the eyes, you have white on the T's, you have maybe white somewhere else in the shot you want to photograph, and it's very difficult to see a difference in color white. That's why I choose blue. Okay. It's now set, and you can now unfortunately only see it with our screen recorded here from the back and not the actual screen recording like we have in the whole course, because Sony still in that year has not made it possible to capture this focus peaking signal. Don't ask me, also the grid is not possible, but yeah, we have to film it now from the back. But you see all those blue little ants, I call it, walking around. Blue little ants walking around, and they walk the strongest where the focus is. It's that easy, that simple. That's why I love focus peaking for focusing. Because when you want to focus on the eyes, you only have to take care that a lot of ants, blue ants in this case, walk in the eye. And when there are not that many ants, then it's not totally in focus. So everywhere where the focus is, and it's the easiest with an open aperture lens, because then you don't have that much depth of field, and only a small area where a lot of those blue ants are walking around, and then this area is in focus. For example, here in this case, I'm super far away now, even here from my display, and still see, oh, here's the focus, photo. Oh, now I want to focus all the way in the front, no problem, here's the focus. And it's so accurate, look at this, it's so accurate. I can even say, I don't want the back leaves of the front in focus, I want the front leaves in the focus, when the minimum focus distance is put in consideration here as well. But yeah, it's so super accurate, and that's why I love it for macro photography, for also focus stacking, for portrait photography I use it a lot. Sometimes I use the autofocus as well, but this is always 100% because you can control it, but you have of course to practice it. But autofocus can make mistakes. It gets better and better, but still this is the most accurate way. All right, those were two options. Now we come to option number 3. Option number 3 is the focus magnifier. And with some cameras and some brands, it's preset on some button, you just have to look for it. Here with this camera, it's not that little magnifier next to AEL. This has something to do with the preview, to zoom in when you look at your images you just took. With Canon, it's the same, then it's a blue magnifier, and this has something to do also with the preview of the images that you just took. But you can activate another magnifier. And with the Sony camera here, I have to program it first. I show you how this works. Go on menu, then go on custom keys, and I choose the custom key for photo settings, and then I choose the key I want to have it on. In my case, I want it here on the front key. Now it's focus mode, and I don't care about focus mode. I want there the focus magnifier, and I go all the way through until I find the focus magnifier. There it is. Now I have the focus magnifier here on this button. I now press it, and ta-da, there is that little square. And this little square I can move around now here in the image. Sometimes it even works with touch. And when I now want to have it actually magnified, then I press this button again. It zooms in, but it's only digital. It's not like I'm actually zooming the image, it's only magnified. That's why it's called magnifier. And now I can just pull the focus and see, zoomed in, magnified, the details, where exactly by millimeter I want the focus to be. There it is, and boom, take the photo. That simple it is to use the magnifier. So those are 3 very simple ways to use the manual focus, and I think there's no more excuse to not use the manual focus, because it's actually that simple. And you can imagine what your exercise for today is, to try out those 3 manual focus techniques and find out for yourself what you like the most. And then maybe try it out with stars or with some objects you want to focus, because it's actually quite simple and also a lot of fun, I find. I find manual focus is actually the most fun about photography. Make the settings and then focus manually. I wish you a lot of fun, try it out and tell me what is your favorite manual focus technique. In this video I show you how to do your first long exposure at night or almost darkness in the blue hour. I just have to take the photo while I'm talking because right now a car is driving down. And the easiest way to do a long exposure is when it's pretty dark. And usually this is after sunset or before sunrise. And I now have a position now, maybe you can remember this position, with that church and a curvy road here in the foreground where the cars are passing by. And I will now capture this passing of the cars with the red lights and with the yellow lights while they are driving up and down. And it is pretty easy to do. All you have to do is set an exposure that is already pretty dark. In my case now I'm on f18, 30 seconds of exposure and ISO 100. If it's too bright in your image with these settings, it's too bright. You have to wait a little bit until it gets darker, but it's great to just find the right position, find the right composition, and then you just wait. Then I turn off 2-second self-timer that I can immediately start the image when the right moment is there. For example, I hear a car coming. Let's see where it drives. It drives all the way up perfectly. So I will take the image now. Car is driving up, and as you can see now in the background, the red lights and also the headlights shining in front, so it will be a bit brighter where the car drives, and as well I will have the red tail lights going all the way up, and this will look beautiful in the image, just like a light painting going up. How to set focus? I focus here manually on infinity. If autofocus works, you can also try to focus on the background, on the church for example. Look at this, beautiful. A little bit here in the front it was too much of light, so I have to do another exposure. There comes the next car. It's so much fun to do. You have to try that out by yourself, with your kids maybe, on a safe position. I'm standing here next to the road. There the car comes. Let's wait. The car is passing by and I take the photo and he will now drive. Unfortunately, he has no lights on, so this is how we drive in Spain. Yeah, no lights on when it's dark, perfect. But we will wait for another car. You can also turn 2-second self-timer on, but then you always have to remember that you have to release it 2 seconds earlier than you would be, because otherwise one moment is missing. It needs a little bit of practice, but it's a lot of fun to do. White balance is just on auto, and there comes another car. Let's just have a look, 30 seconds, and let's go now. Okay, now we see the red lights, yellow lights going all the way up. Of course, it looks best when it's a curvy road. You can also do it next to a normal road, then you also have the effect, but it's not that spectacular like with the curvy road. I did it also down from some bridges, maybe when you have a nice crossing somewhere in a city. I did this once in China with a nice tower, and in Berlin I did it with some roads where then cars crossing, turning and so on. It looks very interesting. And also in a time lapse, this looks just beautiful. Okay, there it is. Oh, this is exactly how I wanted it to be. Nice. There comes another car. Now we do the opposite way around. Way up is with the red lights, so you see much of the tail lights. Way down it is with the yellow lights or bright lights coming straight into the camera. Beautiful. Sometimes people think that you make speed tests on them, so you find them, but usually it's a lot of fun. Safety first, of course, but then you get amazing photos. All right, try this out for yourself. Long shutter speed, it must be dark enough, close your aperture a little bit, ISO 100, and focus on infinity. I wish you a lot of fun. Congratulations, you are almost done with the course. I have now 2 awesome exercises for you to get better in photography. And this is the first exercise, and I call it the blindfolded camera exercise, because you have to practice now how to use your camera blindfolded without seeing what you press. And it's actually quite simple to practice, because most of the times when you photograph, and I started with portrait photography, not landscape photography, so I have photographed a lot of people. And when I photograph people, I usually don't take off the camera from my eye. That's why I learned very early to photograph blindfolded, because my eye was always at the viewfinder. I always looked through the camera, and this is a great help, especially if you are beginning, because then you know how focal length looks. then you know before you put on the lens how it will look, because you already seen it a lot of times. And then when I photograph a person, I shoot many images and I talk to the person. I say, wow, this looks great. Maybe turn your head a little bit to the left, bit down, chin up, okay, look for your stomach, pull that a little bit down, bit more like this, bit more like that. And I take the images, take the images, take the images. And when I want to change something on the camera, I just change it. I don't put my camera down. Why? Because when I work with a person, it always interrupts the connection when I bring the camera down and look at the screen. And maybe you've seen this with yourself or with other photographers. They photograph and then they look at the screen and they look like this. Skeptical, super skeptical. And then the person who gets photographed thinks, why is he looking like this? Is he not sure if the photos are good? Do I not look good? Does he know what he does? And so on and so on. And to avoid that miscommunication, which is maybe not the case, maybe you're just looking and wondering, where was this setting again? Or, do I make it more like this or more like that? The best way is to always keep shooting, 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 and then just tell the person, okay, let me just check something, you can relax, and then I get back to you. But don't make that awkward silence happening between you and the person you are shooting with. And it is super helpful to therefore know how to use your camera blindfolded, how to set aperture without looking, with your thumb usually, how to use shutter speed, usually with your index finger here on the front somewhere, or this camera it's here at the back. You just have to get used to it. Sometimes it's the other way around. Where's your ISO? Where do you put your focus? How do you change your focus? Where's your quick button? Where can you change white balance? And so on, without taking the camera down. Try to practice this and try to master this skill, and then it is very, very cool. And also when you want to do some special occasions like night photography, at night you don't see much. Of course you can turn a flashlight on, but when you photograph with other photographers, that will annoy everyone. And as well, your eyes need to adapt to the darkness and you just want to enjoy the atmosphere of darkness. And therefore it's very helpful to just know what button is when it's dark. So try to practice this. This is your exercise. Learn to master that skill and you will become a great photographer, no matter if you photograph people or in wildlife photography. Sometimes it can happen so fast that you have a great moment where the animal looks great or it actually appears and then disappears again just for a brief moment, and you have your camera here and you need to change something. Change it fast, change it blindfolded while looking in the camera. Take photos, adjust, take photos, adjust, take photos, adjust. Learn to master that skill and you will become a great photographer, no matter if you're photographing people, wildlife or landscape. I wish you a lot of fun. The last lesson of this photography course. It was a long journey already. You learned a lot about photography and now it's time for your first photography project, the 7-day challenge. We can start with the challenge tomorrow. Why not tomorrow? 7 days from tomorrow on. Of course, you can start with another day, but it's best to now keep on going. Don't wait for too long. And the 7-day project works like this. You try to set yourself a frame. Think about a topic you want to photograph. Maybe you have an animal, a dog or something, and you say, I want to photograph my dog 7 days in a row at 7 different places, or at 7 same places, but at different times of the day, or at the same time of the day, or with different dresses, when you have dresses for your dog. Some people have coats for their dog or something. So think about something creative and think about in a framing. Because a lot of people think they have to be super creative, but the truth is you are more creative when you set yourself a frame. Because then you can think more in one direction or in the other direction and have not too many options to choose from. It's a bit like having 10 cameras. When you have 10 cameras, what camera should you choose? It's the same like having 10 pair of shoes. What pair of shoes do I wear today? You have maybe a favorite pair of shoes, but it's difficult to choose when you have too many. And the same is it when you have too many options to choose from what to photograph. So set yourself a framing. In photography, a lot of photographers specialize in one field because it's much easier to be creative in that field than to be active in every field. And it's easier to be very good in one specific field if you spend a lot of time in that specific field. But that's another topic. So let's get back to the 7-day project. So you think about a framing and you have 7 days of time. You have to think before you take the photos of where to take the photos, when to take the photos, so at what time, maybe what time of the day. It doesn't have to be the exact time at 7:10 p.m. or something like this, but in a time framing, maybe depending also on the light, maybe also think about weather, what weather situation do you want to have, and so on and so on. The more you plan in advance, the more creative you will get when you are there, or even you will think about all the shots and visualize all the shots before you actually take them. And then think about what lens do you use? What settings do you use? You don't have to know the exact settings now, but think about, do I need a fast shutter speed? Do I need an open aperture or closed aperture? Should the background be blurry or sharp? Do I want an action involved? Do I need props? Do I need maybe a person? Do I need a specific landscape? Do I need this, that? Plan everything of this and then just take 7 great photos. And when you've done that project, do it again. Or maybe make a 12-month project where you shoot every month 1 photo, maybe of a landscape. And then after 12 months, you have a calendar, because a calendar is 12 images. And one more thing, what I teach all my students when they come to workshops or photo journeys, trips and so on, I teach them, don't expect too much from yourself. Don't expect too much from the location. Try not to take 100 great images in 1 week. Try to take only 1 good image per day, maybe when you photograph for 7 days in a row. That is totally enough, because you don't have that much space on your wall, I think, to print out all the images you take. When you take 100 great images in a week, after 1 year, your whole house is full of images. Think of the image before you take it. Take less images as an end result. I mean, not that you take less images, you don't get an award for only take 1 shot and this shot is good. Take as many photos as you want, but in the end, take only 1 of the many photos that you keep for yourself as your favorite. That's what I mean. Don't expect that you take so many great photos every year. I don't take many great photos a year as well. I maybe take then 20 great photos a year because I'm a pro. When I have a specific project, I maybe take 2 or 3 great photos a day when I plan a lot and have good conditions as well. But this is what I expect from myself. Nobody expects that you take 100 great photos a day or a week or even a year. That is way too much, and this is a mistake a lot of beginners do. So start with this 7-day project, 7 great images in 7 days, and look at the images maybe in 1 year, in 2 years, and try that project over and over again. Set yourself a frame, and the most important thing, have fun. Because this is what your hobby should be about, having fun. And having fun photos is very easy because it's a pleasure to photograph. All right, I hope you had a lot of fun watching this course. Now go out, grab your camera, take some great photos now after the course, and you share them on social media. Feel free to tag me and to mark me, use hashtag Jaworskyj, so that I can see the photos, and from time to time I will give some likes as well. I wish you a lot of fun. As mentioned, write me a nice review or comment if you liked this course, and I think I will now take some photos as well, because light is pretty good. So see ya, bye bye. This video from my beginner's course Simply Learn Photography from 2023 is part of my photography legacy. Over a period of 5 years, I will publish my courses from learnfromben.com for free and with ads here on YouTube. So everyone can benefit from my knowledge regardless of budget. So subscribe now to the channel and spread the word. And do you want all 9 courses from the last 10 years immediately, bundled together and without advertisement at a super affordable price? Then go now to learnfromben.com and get the XXL bundle as an instant download or stream via the website at www.learnfromben.com. More than 22 hours of the finest learning content on photography, filming and image editing in all levels of skill. Link is in the description and in the comments below. And also check out the sales section with my signature tripods and D-filters and books. Everything is on sale up to 60% off, as long as stocks last. Thank you for your support. Videos from the courses are published every Friday at 5:30 p.m. German time. My name is Benjamin Jaworskyj and I wish you all some really good photos.